On. Guess we're on. Hi, peoples. We had the lovely Beth back.
Hi. I'm
Talk
just
about
gonna
our fun times here with our space friends,
space friends, woodland friends, all the friends. Here we are.
manifestation friends. Hey, Michael.
Let me I'm new at this, so bear with me. I'm gonna turn my
No
volume
problem.
down and then let's see here, jumping on. There, now I can see the chat. How exciting.
Excellent.
Okay. Hi, Lucienne.
Hey, Lucian. So we had a question up here. We can start off with
Okay.
first.
Okay.
Nancy Samp asked, "How can we know if we truly had an alien encounter a few years ago?"
Hi, Nancy. Um,
So maybe you can tell your experience, and then I can give a intuitive hit that
yeah,
I've gotten from other readings.
okay. Well, mine first started with some less than friendly ones, and it involved my body not being able to move, a lot of the paralysis. This is what they call sleep paralysis, but that wasn't it. It's what they inflicted. And you know, big light in the sky involved with that one. And let's see, my other ones now, the ones that I go with, they make themselves known more with their kindness and lights in the sky. And I'd really like to know more about what happened with her before I can go to, like, you know what I mean? Find out more about, because I can't see. The ones that I go with,
Oh,
they make
all right,
themselves.
put it down. It's all right.
Thank you, Lori. These are my jammies.
Doing the jammies.
Love my
Um,
jammies. I know that I was first very, very confused. I didn't know what was happening. I just knew that something was happening. And even now, I'm still very confused a lot of the time. And I don't know what's happening. But I know that, I follow the directions and I do what I'm told. And then I get to know more. So, yeah, I would like to know more about what's going on with her and her experience so that I could maybe be able to help more compare.
yeah. So what I sense is that it's a lot of confusion
Mm-hmm.
and
Okay.
and loss of time. Like
Well, that's another thing too. See, I'm glad you
where
said.
I've been. Like what happened, where I've been. Was I just asleep? So it's a lot of confusion.
Right.
And you should wake up or be aware of this confusion, but knowing something happened,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Yeah. That's how I absolutely felt after my, the first ones that would come. And
Hmm.
it was just, you just like, something's happening to you. You know that something's kind of going on, and you can't remember it, or you do remember bits and pieces. And the lost time, that's a real thing. The first time it happened to me, I lost 2 hours. And I know now, I do know now, those are where you're getting information and stuff like that. And it's like you go on some kind of a weird autopilot, which it's good because, when it happened to me, I was driving and I lived 15 minutes from school, and it took me 2 hours to get home during a football game. I was just overwhelmed. I had to leave right now. And the next thing I knew, I was in my driveway. It was 2 hours later, and I had no memory. Still to this day, I have no memory of what happened, except that I know after that, a lot of weird other stuff started happening in my world,
Hmm. but
alien
yet
and more.
but yet you made it home.
I did. I made it home. I made it home in one piece. I wasn't even here's This is what's funny. I wasn't even past my curfew. I was right on time. I was supposed to be gone for like 2.5 hours, and that is exactly the amount of time I was gone. My mom didn't know that anything was wrong, but like, where was I? I have no memory of driving around for those 2 hours. None. Don't know where I
Hmm.
was. Don't know what I was doing. So Yeah, that's definitely a thing.
So yeah.
Mary,
Um,
that's
I wanted to say something that was kind of weird because Beth and I were talking about spirit guides and whatnot. And I was telling her my story about when I met my spirit guide, and I started thinking about like, wait a minute, it's kind of weird. Is I have a spirit guide. She says her name is Beth,
yes.
and when I started looking at her, I'm like, oh my god, it kind of looks like you without glasses, which is really weird.
Yes.
But it's just amazing that she references her name as Beth is one of my guides,
Hmm.
and she has dark hair and she looks
Hmm.
very familiar to you without the glasses. But her hair is shorter that she gives to me. But
Yeah.
it was really neat how this this
It,
full circle kind of thing and familiarity is
mhm.
really neat.
I think it's a real thing.
You think it's what?
Yeah, it's a real thing. It's a meant to be kind of a thing, I believe. It's like you were saying, you keep on getting people coming your direction
Mm-hmm.
to for our friends up there, and it
Right.
seems to be a thing. It's kind of like your calling, and the more
Of
people,
some sorts, yeah.
yeah, you find your tribe, or your tribe is finding you.
Correct.
One
Yeah.
of the two, and it's funny too
Man.
that we have these whole other lives out there in the world, in our day-to-day lives, that people don't know anything about this whole corner of YouTube that you're involved with.
Yeah. Pretty much. I mean,
Mm.
I swear I've had 5 to 7 readings and they turn out to be alien related.
Right.
What
Well,
happened to me? What's going on with my son, or whatever. And it's like, oh my lord, you know,
hmm.
we have our space friends influencing you.
Well, yeah, and it's really good. You just never know how many people just need to have that answer, and then you've got someone on there who can answer those questions, and it's a gift. It's a huge gift. This whole thing. I'm so glad I found this corner of the world.
Definitely.
I
Back
am.
back in July when I had Kim Song on, and she was looking for
Yeah.
answers,
Hmm.
and it totally was kind of a start of
Yeah.
sorts. Helping her find her answers.
Well, I one of my very best friends, her name is Courtney. I met her shortly after my dad passed away, and we met, through the internet when I was out. She was looking for answers on an old house she was raised in, and I was looking for answers because my dad died, and I had a whole lot of things going on, like all kinds of dreams coming in and lights flickering and all these signs and signals. And I just got online one day and we found each other. We've been friends for 14 or 15 years now. And you never know when you're going to find the people who are looking for what they're going to find from what you have to say. So it's a good thing. Yeah, it's a good thing to be here. And another thing about the guides, you think they come in a form that we're going to respond to, right? Like
Yeah,
yours, what the
familiar,
way they,
familiars.
yeah, familiarity, something you're going to be like, hey,
They
that
show
that's
themselves as
got my
familiar.
attention. Yeah, yeah. That's that's why I've got one that looks like Aquaman.
Really strange. You must have an obsession with what's his name again? I forgot his name.
I wouldn't Jason Momoa. No, I wouldn't
Jason.
call it an obsession, but the guy got my attention a time or two.
You
But
obviously think
really,
Aquaman's kind of cute.
well, yeah, but the thing of it is, though, was that I saw that I was seeing that guide before he was ever Aquaman. So
Mhm.
that's a question to get into. Like, how do they preemptively know what you're going to be looking at?
Right.
Because the one I
Um,
see looks a lot like that. Not exactly, of course, but he looks quite a bit like that. And he's just the tattoos are different, and just,
mhm.
but it's very clear he resembles that person. So, like, then my head gets off into the weeds, like, well, maybe that person exists just to get your attention, and then he really looks like someone to pass. I'm like, no, that's not true. But your head can get out in the weeds every now and then and get lost and start
Right.
really up with some stuff. But that's just trying to look for answers too. Lucienne, yes. Jason Momoa. Hi, D-Ma.
Well, I enjoyed Aquaman too, so
Yeah.
we'll go there.
We'll just it's okay. I'm not going to argue with the image. It
You
just
bet.
it works. It works. Just go ahead. But yeah, he's the one. He's the one that I see in my dreams, and he shows me this area, but differently. It looked different. The structure of the mountains was different. It tells me I was here in a different time, and I've spent a very long time, or my soul, my innards, have spent a really long time trying to get back to this place, this area, and like a very long time, long enough that the mountains were shaped differently. And now I'm here, and I'm never going to leave. But I'm finally home. It feels like
Well,
so.
time changes a lot of structure in the earth and whatnot. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, we were feeling that your Aquaman guy is from way back,
Way back, very, very,
way
very way back.
way back, almost
Mm-hmm. The
prehistoric, very old,
Yeah, that's what she said. Very, very old, very long time ago.
and it feels like
So
he has that connection with our space friends that can
yes.
help tap into that
Mm-hmm.
um,
Well, I believe he's a
energy.
shape. I believe he's a Yeah, and I believe he's a shapeshifter of some sort, at least according, I had a psychic reading, and this psychic happened to tap into this experience that I had that nobody knew about. And it was when I saw that animal that I saw you about, and I saw an animal come out of the woods that has absolutely no definition whatsoever. And she said that was this shape-shifting shaman that lives in the woods, and he's ancient, and he's been there since the beginning of time. And I used to live in this area, or my soul did, and I've spent a very long time trying to get back here. And yeah, so I don't know if he's a guide or if he's an existing entity, or if that's why I don't go into the woods, because I'm feeling like I'm being watched all the time. Like I know what's in those trees. There's eyes in those trees. They are everywhere, and they're always, always watching. But I am
Yeah,
supposed to have a walk in the woods with our friends at some point, I believe.
yeah. I
And
was
they'll
thinking it was going to be next spring after the growth.
I'm ready.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm breaking up. Am I breaking up for anybody else?
on and off, but you're still
Oh,
here.
so sorry. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm on a
Um,
phone. I'm in the woods.
I was just hearing he's a conduit.
Okay, that's what that the psychic that I spoke to said. Um,
Yeah,
Lori Sue, I don't know. No, Lucian, I won't. I don't know about the Arcturians. I don't quite know how to say that. I don't know who I'm going with, and I don't actually have a specific name for them. That they're very tall, and they're very lovely as far as physically how they look, but I don't know who they are, and I don't know what they would be called, or where they're from. So I wish I could be more helpful on that kind of a question, but yeah, I don't know who they are.
I was
She was
getting
asking,
more of a Palladian energy than
right?
Arcturian.
And I've been told that too, is that it's the Palladians. Could be they're all kind of the same group, or at least they have maybe the same agenda.
Yeah,
At
they
least
do.
I'd hope so. Hi, Herc. Okay, you guys can hear me
You're
fine.
good.
Good.
Yeah, you're still here. Just sometimes it kind of goes fuzzy.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Don't leave me.
So
Yes, Renee, trees really are ants.
you want to
Sorry, go
explain
ahead.
those two entity type things you've seen, that manifestations? One was a bird, and you said that was
The
an
animals.
animal.
Okay, so I used to look after a lovely woman, she had dementia, and she used to see things too, on this property. And uh, it is an absolutely beautiful property. It's on 5 acres, and there's a very large maple tree and a tree line and at the bottom of it. And there used to be a spring, and it used to be pretty important to the natives in the area, I guess, a very long time ago. Uh, I was working one day, and it was their home, and I was outside, and out of the tree line, which is, down the 5 acres, erupts two birds. They were enormous. They covered the entire field that flew over. And we're talking 5 acres, and I'm not exaggerating. They were absolutely enormous. They would have taken out the house if they hit it. And I took off inside because they were big enough to scoop me up or whatever. Not, I mean, I'm a big girl, but they were that big. They were huge. I could see they had, their claws. They were flying. One was chasing the other. One looked like a bald eagle, and one was red and black. And when I say red, I don't mean orange or like redheaded. I mean, it was a red and black. He had red feathers inside of his black feathers. They were very, very vibrant and vivid. He was most definitely chasing this this bald eagle looking one, but it was like super sized. It was so big. And I watched them flying, and they came towards this big picture window, and then they went right over the house. And I went like looking out the windows, all the windows in this house, and I didn't see anything. And it's about 10-15 seconds later, the black and red one came back with another black and red one. The bald eagle looking one was gone. And they flew back over the house the same way they'd come. And then they went back over the tree line and over. And beyond that tree line is a river and a mountain that they would have had to go, straight up, like something out of Top Gun. There was nothing. There was nothing there. Where did they go? It's like they vanished into the side of the mountain. They went over the tree line and gone. Never saw them again. And I looked all over the internet immediately looking for giant North American birds. And the only thing that I could come up with was the Thunderbird legend, or like you said, the Phoenix.
Right.
There's
getting more of a Phoenix kind of thing. And it's even like the same senses of Sasquatch kind of thing. It feels like a manifestation of our
I have heard those
alien
too
friends.
out there. Out in that place where I'm talking about, I've heard the Sasquatches.
Mm-hmm.
They sound they're real. There's something that I don't go in the woods. I love the woods. I'm part of the trees. I talk to them, but you will never catch me out there. It's scary. There's too much out there.
Right. I mean, it's like you never hear of any horror stories of Sasquatch, like they attack someone or,
Yeah.
eating a bear or anything. It feels like they're just like Twilight Zone watchers kind of thing, but they're manifestations.
Yeah. I have whole thoughts about the Sasquatch. There have been, the first time I heard them, there were 3 of them, and this was in the same place, and this was it was across the river. And it was so loud that I felt it in my upper body. And we're talking, at least 8 acres away, 8-10 acres away.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard, it was like this roar erupted. But the thing about the roar was that it was like it was triangulating. I don't know how else to explain it. It's like it went up like a beacon into the sky. And then from that one, 2 others in the distance answered it. And it's like, if I had to guess, they were trying to figure out what their positions were. That's how it felt to me. Like there were 3 very specific calls, and it's almost like they were locating each other. That's what it sounded like to me. And the amount of screaming that went on, they had to have barrels for lungs. Just had it was so loud. It was I went running inside. I told my little lady's husband, and he's 88 and he's just like he thinks I'm so strange, but he just lets me be. And he said, Dick, I just heard something and I think it was a Bigfoot. It was out there screaming and it was across the river. And he says, well, do I need to get my gun? He said, no, I don't think so. I think that just make it mad if it if it decided to come near. But yeah, so I've heard that, and that's not the only time I've heard it. And then I had the dog incident, or dog. That's the only because it had 4 legs. That's what I'm going with.
Mhm.
I was driving home from that job, and it was late. It was right before my lady passed, and it was about 9 o'clock at night, and I sort of my way home was a real isolated highway, forest highway, and there's this one real long straight stretch, and out from the woods comes a thing. It was an animal, and it just comes right out of the woods, and I started plenty of time to stop my car, so I'm in the middle of the freeway, stopped, and there's this animal walking out, and I'd say it's about 4.5 feet at its back. It was on 4 legs, and its body was shaped. It had haunches. Its back legs were rounded like a horse's, like a racehorse. It was real muscular all over its body. It had a tail that went down into like a hairless, like a dog, but it wasn't fluffy. It was just real pointed. Its back went up into almost like a dog head, but its ears were like really itty bitty, and it had a really thick neck, like almost like a horse's neck. And its head was real elegant, and it came down to, it wasn't big and boxy or super doggish like my boxer looks like he ran into a wall, but this one
Mhm.
had, real elegant, and it had dog-like feet, no, not hoofs, not, like deer feet, deer hooves or anything like that. And it's just stopped right in front of my car, and it looked me right in my eyes, and then it just kept on going, and it's like it was showing itself to me. That was the feeling that I got. We were having an entire moment on this freeway where me and this mystery creature are having a whole soul to soul conversation where he's like, hey, look at me, I'm bizarre and I live in the woods, and you're a human, and now you know this, and you have nobody else with you, and you just know I'm out here. And so I really feel like he was showing himself to me, whatever it was, and letting me know that and this was I'd say a month after I saw the birds. So they were really close in time to each other. And the dog thing walked into the woods, and I never saw it again. And I didn't tell anybody when I got home because I didn't know how do you explain that to, your very normal family. Just like,
It's
oh, I saw
very
a
crazy. It's
mystery
like
creature in the woods.
it's just
And
like a
so,
lot of other stories that
mhm.
Andrew and I have looked into. Like there's one really close to my area, about 50 miles, and they call it the Beast of Bay Road.
Ooh, I watched that. You guys did that one.
And it's very similar.
Didn't you get like an elemental? You guys had a really hard time
It
coming up with
came,
what that one.
what I was getting there, it came from the earth.
Yeah.
It was
Yes.
some kind of, it had a Native American feel, but it definitely came from the earth.
Yeah.
And it's not been seen very often, but it has been seen multiple times by different people. But it feels very similar. But what you're seeing or feeling is feeling more like a manifestation of our friends up above.
Yeah. Yeah.
And but you have a lot of Native American area there too, right?
This is native land. Yes.
So there is a connection with it. It's like a tri connection.
Yeah.
And it also has something to do um, similar to the Skinwalker Ranch.
That's a weird place. Yeah.
That's very similar too. There's a threesome connection of Native American, elemental, and our
hmm
space friends. So
Well, So what the psychic lady that I spoke with who saw this creature, I keep saying dog, but it just wasn't,
Right.
this creature walk across the street. She told me, hi Debbie. She told me that I had had a life, the life I had had here. During that life, I had been very involved with the magic of the land, trees, tree magic, something about tree magic, and being able to pull energy out of the ground. And
Hmm.
yeah, that's a new one.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll take
so
it.
you're kind
I was
of
a tree. I
you're
was a
an
tree talker.
elemental witch and you don't even know it.
Wouldn't that be something? Well, and I know that and year when she told me that, the I don't know about all that other stuff, but I do know that I can talk, or sounds so crazy. I can I can talk to trees or they talk to me. I feel them. They reach for me. I can feel them inside my body. And um it started the first time it ever happened. We were walking on a trail to the creek and there was one that was perfectly healthy and freshly cut down. And it's like I didn't want to leave it because I felt all the other trees were upset. This sounds so crazy, but that was the first time that I knew, like, I felt the trees. I was like, whoa, there's something happening here. I can feel these things. And then, the more time that I spent at that place taking care of that lady, it was just me and her for thousands and thousands of hours. And the trees around us, I started picking up on things. And I would go outside and stand barefoot and I would swear I could feel them. I could feel those trees around me. And it was like being at home. And so when that psychic told me those things, all of it made a lot of sense and really, I mean, just made my confusion even bigger. Just made me more confused about the world and the history of everything because it's just so big. And hi
Well,
PMG, I saw you.
how long ago was that?
The psychic, I had my first reading in it was December of last year. Just or not, yeah, it was December of last year. It was a year and a half ago. So I think it
Do
was
you
in December.
still feel that connection with the trees?
Yes.
Hmm.
Well, and it's worse, it's bigger every day. There's this maple tree that at Dick's house that at this property that he knows I love it. The first time I was there, my first day there, I was standing there looking out his window and he's telling me about his area. And I said, that is something, that tree. And I was just like, I was almost speechless looking at it. It's like it was sending me a hug. And I know how that sounds. Like it's coming out of my mouth. I know how it sounds. But it was like it was welcoming me. And he told me that uh, when he and his wife purchased that property after she woke up from a dream with the name of our town, and they drove up here that day and found a property and they bought it. And when the people that they bought it from, they requested that they never cut down this maple tree, that this maple tree is important to the property for some reason. And he looked at me and he says, that's funny because the previous owners asked us to never chop it down because it's important to the area. It's like, you have no idea. It's talking to me. I mean, I didn't say that because I just met the guy and I didn't need to let out all my nuts and squirrels, but yeah, now he knows how I feel about it because I'm very open with him, and my nuts are running around the house. So my squirrels are out. And but yeah, I still feel it. I still feel them. And like if there's something coming in the weather, I can feel it. And sometimes I can go outside and the wind will actually start blowing and the trees will start moving. And I've noticed it's not just something that every now and then happens. It happens more often than it should. So
Hmm.
they're very important to me, and I don't even, it's just kind of it's a strange, there
I'm trying
is.
to I'm trying to sense if your Aquaman came in about the same time you're connecting to trees.
Oh, okay. So I didn't start having where he didn't start coming in my dreams, where I saw him the first the I'll tell you the first real one, the first visit that I got from him. And their visits, I mean, they happen when I'm asleep. So I know they're in my dreams, but they're not just dreams, they're visits. I have very lucid dreams. Sometimes when my dreams are bad, I actually have visitors pull me out of them so that I'm not in this chaotic environment in my own head. But the first one that I ever had, where he was like, "Hey, I'm introducing myself." I was in this area in my dream. It was a different time, and this man, this except he was, you know, it's not Aquaman. I know this, but it just
Mhm.
visual. He comes up and he's dragging something and just drops it. Just drops it and looks at me. I'm like, whoa. And I look down, it's a bear. He brought me a bear. And he's covered all up his arms with blood. And I know he's got a knife, and that's the only thing he's got because guns aren't a thing. So, yeah, he just dropped it and just walked away. And I knew that bear was for me. That bear is mine. He brought that bear for me, and I'm going to do all kinds of things with this bear. I'm going to make a rug or a coat, and we're going to eat it. I don't eat bear nowadays. It's not my thing. And but that was the first time. It was a real sort of like a boom, introducing myself, and here, have a bear. But I knew very, very inside when I came around in the morning, I knew that that was some kind of an event that had happened in the past. That's how I feel. Like I have seen that happen before, or part of me has something inside of my body, this soul has seen that happen before. Like, dude brought me a bear. But I don't think it wasn't just for me, like for the whole, the community, but delivered to me. Like he went out and did that, and that's for me. So there was some kind of I know that the lady that I spoke to, she said that I was here to learn. I was a shaman's pupil. It was like my school. I was being educated. And part of my education was learning to talk to trees and be part of the planet and be able to move energy around in the earth. So that was my first introduction to the shaman, and everything since the guide. I call him the shaman because he looks like a shaman. Just
Right.
he's dressed in the, like I told you. Now when I see him, he's always showing me things. He shows me, but he doesn't speak. I hear his voice, but it's in my head. He
Hmm.
doesn't use words, and the smile on his face is so loving when he's looking out at these mountains. Like he loves this love. There's so much love here and that goes into with our friends upstairs. They love this world, and I think they love humanity, and they want us to do okay. So when he's looking out at these mountains with love, he's telling me, this is what you should remember. You need to love this place. Remember who you are. Remember that you're a part of this world, and that just share the love. And so I always look at the details, though, what I can feel, and I'll remember like what I'm sitting on, like it's always a rock, and I'll remember the texture of the rock, and like what he wears. It's like a deer skin, but it's like that super soft. It's not linen. It's super soft, like skin, and I can feel it. It's soft and then pale yellow colored, and so I'm getting out in the trees and the weeds again. But yeah, that was the first time, and it's just gone on to, I see him. He just pops into my dreams now and shows me the land and the lay of the land. That's got to have some kind of it's got to be important somehow, and I don't know why. So, any feedback you got on that, Scott? Anything you want to tell me?
Well, it's definitely a connection because everything is connected, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was
Totally.
getting, like trees, earth,
Mm-hmm.
you know, even a little metal thing. Everything is energy. Everything's made of something, and
Completely.
you're being shown a higher connection to earth with the trees
Yeah.
and spirit. your Aquaman shaman is conduiting your connection to Earth
Mm-hmm.
in a level unlike others.
Right. That
Right.
makes sense. Yeah.
I definitely sense that everything is connected. A house, a tree, a dog, a cat, your partner, whatever.
All of
Everything's energy and everything's connected in this web.
mm-hmm.
But in your case, you're connecting at a higher level
Mm-hmm.
because you're going to class.
Yes. And I do believe that they have tinkered. I I think it's a full circle thing.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, they have tinkered with my head or my vibration enough that other things are allowed to happen now. Like I'm able to see and know other things because of what they have done, because of my classes. So
Mm-hmm.
because of classes, I'm able to be a part of something bigger, something that not everybody else is a part of. And I've got to do something with that too. So
Well,
you're not
eventually, you're going to be at a higher level than the rest of us.
gonna be out there wandering the woods talking to myself.
um, you people, scientists and whatnot say, we only use what, 5% of our brain,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, there's so much we don't know about our own
You,
head.
like when you talk about, you're talking to your guide, it's through the mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole sense of expanding the mind, expanding the use of the mind.
Yeah,
You know, certain people can, bend spoons with their mind, whatever it is, right?
very true. Very
Because
true.
they're using more of their capabilities.
Yeah.
Palladians, Acturians, they use 100% of their mind,
I
right?
could just imagine. Yeah, you wouldn't even need to get out of
You
bed.
don't need to speak. You don't need to do
No.
anything.
Yeah.
You jump in your spaceship and you just tell it what to do, you know, and you
Car.
can talk to some,
Like
we
car.
wouldn't,
Yeah.
we basically wouldn't need the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you're in Washington, I'm in Wisconsin. I can just sit in the couch and have a conversation with you, per se, and we wouldn't need
Yeah.
that, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. That's how it feels. None of them speak to each other. And
So
that's
it feels like you're getting that information and expanding your capabilities through
mm-hmm.
through your classes.
Yeah. I kind of think so too. And every time whenever it happens, the more classes I go to, after that is when more things start happening, the other things, the dreams start happening, or not the alien dreams, but the
Hmm.
visit dreams where I get visitors. And just the other night I told you I have a new guide. I've never seen this one before, but I know him, very familiar to me. And I had two of them, one I already know, come into a bad dream that I was having. It was a nightmare. I was watching a friend of mine do something that they shouldn't, and it couldn't get her to stop. And it was too real. And next thing I know, I'm like, help, I'm done. Nope, I'm done with this dream. I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go. And it's like a conscious thought inside of my dreams. None of these dreams are normal anymore.
Hmm.
Uh, the next thing I know is boom, there's light all around me. I feel like I've been thrown up into a wall, but I'm not. I'm like in the dream, in this vision. I'm laying down, and it almost looked like a back of a VW bus, like two hippies traveling through time just stopped by to yank me out of my dream and threw me in their bus and took me along with them. And I'm looking down at my own body and I'm looking back and I'm like, wow. Thanks, you guys. And I kind of lean up into between the two of them, and I'm like, I don't even know if I'm supposed to be here. But one of them I'm familiar with. She's sort of my more, she's a little rougher around the edges. She's doesn't have time for negative self-talk, and she yanks my hair if I get upset in my dream. She'll pull my hair and tell me, knock that shit off. Oh, sorry. But she will. She'll tell me, knock it off. You are not going to do that. You are healthy. You are this, you are that, and you are not going to talk like that to yourself. And so she's driving and or in the left seat, and then on the right is this new guy, and I'm like, okay, hi. And he's like, hey, we're just stopping to get you. And then the next thing I know is boom, I'm awake. Just wide awake, like, whoa, that was super cool. Who's this new fella? But I feel like he must have been here because I've known him for a million years. That's how it feels. I've just never seen him before. So that's why when you and Debbie were on, I asked how and what kind of pushes a new guide to reveal themselves, because every now and then I get a new one and I'm like, where did you come from? Yeah.
Yeah. It just feels like I kind of heard the walk-in. It's like someone you experienced before, they come in and it's like, hey, you know, like the driver for the time, it's like
Yeah.
this cycle, well, next time you'll meet
Yeah.
someone else.
Mm-hmm. It could be. It really felt like they snatched me out of that bad dream and they were like, all right, God, we heard you. Jeez. You really called us in to haul you out of a bad dream, Beth. Can't you just handle it on your own? No, I can't. I just can't.
So you thought a few days ago you had another encounter.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I did. I think I went. I think I'm going back to class after my attitude that I got, and I wasn't really remembering anything. But I had a I was in a place, and this place. Thing about this place is that I feel like it is a place that is contained inside of another place. That's the only thing I can explain it as. Like I'm being shown an environment, but it's not the big picture environment. It's not the actual environment I'm in. I'm only being shown this environment. And I'm being observed. I can see the observers, and they look like the ones that the Palladians, the ones that I think that I go with,
Mm-hmm.
or the name, but they look like that, and they've got their little. They have these clear pads, and I swear they're like iPads, but they're or tablets or whatever, but they're clear. There's nothing on them. They just hold these things, and I know they're doing things with them, but I can't see anything on them. And there was just a small gaggle of them, and they're like, all right, do it. You know what to do. You have to remember how to move around. Of course, it's all being told to me in my head and in a much more proper way, not the Beth way. They're like, you need to remember how to move around. You're here. You need to remember. You have to remember. There's something very big about that you have to remember how to get around when you're with them. There's a lot of it operates on thought, and I don't understand that at all. But the next thing I know is like, okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. And I had to get my body off the ground. And so I have to fly. And flying is a big deal in these experiences because that's how they kind of have me get around. And they always tell me before like a round of new visits, before I start going more, after it sort of stops, this is how it starts. Always with, you have to remember how to get around. And then they make me fly. And that's how it always starts. So it's had me thinking all day about what's coming here in the near future, because they're showing me things again. And I really absolutely feel like it. I feel like, and I feel too that the whole thing that we're doing, and the more people hearing about it, I think that has a big part of it, because I feel like I'm supposed to share it with people at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Why would I be going? And
It feels
I've
very
got.
similar to the dreams we were talking about when you fly.
Yes. Yeah. And I mean, I know what it feels like to get this body off the ground, and it's not easy. At least I mean, like I can feel it inside of myself right now. I can feel that you have to have that urge and that will. And believe me, I've tried when I'm awake. I can't, I'm not going anywhere. If I want to go, I got to walk. But there's, that's how you do it there. You have to, everything, there's so much based on intention and thought outside of your waking world, or at least when I'm with them, with that's how they operate. I don't understand it. Anybody
Yeah,
else? If
I
anybody else has got an idea?
yeah, I didn't understand why when I was younger. I'd have that recurring dream all the time where I could,
Mm,
I'd be outside my body and I could just do whatever I wanted and fly.
yeah.
I could levitate over people. I could watch myself. I could do whatever I want. And I'd wake up and I'd feel like I could actually do that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So then I go out in a rock and try to, as a 10-year-old going out on a rock or on a picnic table, I'm like, okay,
Yes.
levitate,
Yes.
do
Well,
it.
it's so funny because when I have a hard time, like I did in this dream, and this is why I know that the environment is what they're showing me. They're projecting what's familiar to me to get off the ground. That is my grandma's driveway. So
Mhm.
suddenly in this area of trees is my grandma's driveway because I would always in my dream in these experiences would use my grandma's driveway to launch because it was like it's just what I did. And in my head, if I used my grandma's driveway, I could launch and I would go up there like, here's the driveway, use that. And I'm like, I don't need the driveway. This was a whole conversation in this dream that I had this visit. And by the end of it, I got about halfway up the closest tree and it was a tall tree. So I didn't get very far, but I got off the ground. And I think that they accepted that. It's like, okay, you're trying. You go ahead and wake up. And when I woke up, I was extremely tired. And that's how it always is. I wake up exhausted. And usually my body will be kind of sore. Like I went and did a
Mhm.
lot of stuff. But in my dreams I'm doing stuff. And that's another thing that kind of makes me think maybe my physical body is actually going somewhere, or I don't know, it's directly related to my consciousness. I don't know. Mary, thank you. I see my nails. I got bored after painting one hand and just forgot to do the rest. She said she liked nails. I have a attention span of a gnat when it comes to girly stuff. Like I got one hand in, I was done.
You were saying you love your flannel.
Oh, I love my flannel. I love my moo-moos. I am the last girly girl you will ever meet. Just my thing.
But it's kind of like it feels very similar to like when Debbie and I would per se do, or with Karen or whatever, doing personal readings for 3+ hours.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same
Oh, you
thing
get
because
exhausted.
you're tapping into that higher source,
Totally.
and
Yeah.
you're learning, and so you're getting it really wipes you out when you're in that learning mode, and when
Mm-hmm.
you're in that capture mode. Because when I would do, and I don't think I could do that long anymore, because it really wipes me out
Yeah.
when you're
When
getting
I
into that
get,
course or even channeling. I would sleep like 2, 3 hours extra,
yeah,
just so wiped, and even my body would feel drained. And
mhm.
it's
It's
totally
a physical
connecting,
thing.
and that's what you're doing. You're totally getting into that other dimension
Mhm.
that our bodies can't handle.
Totally. And it's exhausting. It's absolutely like even today, it's my my son, we have this little we he's my little instigator and we chase each other around the house. He's 17, but he loves to get his mom going. And it's just what we do. And every now and then he'll get me on my arm or something, just a tap or whatever. And if it's after I've done a lot of this nighttime travel stuff, it really like my skin hurts touched, like my muscles under my skin. Everything feels like it's been drained or it's just tired and not doing well. And I know that that's just part of channel or not channeling, but connecting to energy outside of the normal, what you see and what you feel.
Mm-hmm. That source is
Powerful.
powerful.
Yeah. And
Um,
it hurts.
it's kind of like when I was doing a reading on someone who I felt was being abducted.
Uh-huh.
You can only be in that realm for so long, or you have to go in a complete cellular change to go for a long time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
I ended up with a headache
like you
that
can
time
only
that I,
go you can only go for so long,
right.
otherwise it damages you per se. You know,
Yes.
you could maybe have disease or some kind of affliction that you don't want to
Mhm.
deal with. So you can
Right.
only handle it for so long. But if a person was going to be completely abducted, I was getting that sense and feeling that it's almost like a hibernation of change to their cells to go.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
And because our bodies can't handle that dimensional move.
Mm-hmm. I believe that.
So we can only our bodies can only be changed for so long temporarily kind of
So
thing.
do you think the physical abductees, like I know that I've physically been there. So do you
Hmm.
think that that means my cells have changed
Yes,
somehow? Okay.
your cells had to have been changed temporarily to handle that kind of astrophere, I mean,
Atmosphere? The,
atmospherically
the atmosphere well, I can't say it all together.
density for their.
Yeah.
So like if what do astronauts wear? They wear suits to control their you know
And- yeah.
their bodies to have
Right.
air. They're in there, and then the density of the spacecraft changes to a sort.
Right.
So when you're going without a suit, they help
Makes
change
sense.
your atoms and whatnot to adjust to it. But
Mm,
it's only temporary.
okay.
You need to be there for so long, 2 to 4 hours max. Otherwise, it really affects your body and you can't handle it.
And
And
then
I,
maybe when you're there and your cells have been changed, maybe that's why the way that you move around is different. You know what I mean? Like that's why
mhm,
I'm always being told you've got to remember how to move around. It's different. You have to remember how to get from A to B from
sure.
where you are. And it operates on thought. A lot of it operates on thought. You have to want to do
Hmm.
this or you want to do that. And all the communication being telepathic. Like I'm not telepathic. So maybe they're tinkering with that to just but they are. So if they are, then that doesn't matter if I am or not. They
Well, you
can
should practice that. Well, you're in the other room, just talk to your husband.
do that anyway. He hears me
Well, I
yelling.
mean, through the mind,
Yeah.
just
Well,
sitting around in a different room, just kind of look at him and go, bring me a margarita in your mind or something.
oh, that kind of works. He he always knows when I'm subconsciously calling for a Rita.
Or ask for something else, just like
Yeah.
ask, ask for a shoulder massage in your mind and see what happens if he gets it.
We end up quite often where I'll be thinking a thing and then if he's near he will kind of say what I'm thinking out loud, like we'll be just thinking the same random topic. Every now and then that does happen. And I know that it works with my kids, with my boys. I can be thinking about one of them and then that one will call me and so or text me or something like that. So that's I think I'm gonna have to work on being telepathic now, Scott. Just have to start
I
start
think
on
it's
that.
part of your progression.
Wouldn't that be fun?
Because if you don't practice, you ain't gonna learn.
That's true.
Right?
That's true.
You're
Yeah.
going to school.
Might as well work on it down
There you go.
here on the planet. I saw someone asked about astral travel. Um,
Hmm.
have you ever astral traveled, Scott?
I think that's what that levitation in my dream was part of. That's
Mm,
travel. Because you're out of your body. You're seeing
you're
yourself
out of
out
your
of your body.
yeah, you're out of your body.
You know,
I
back then, being 8, 12, 8, 10, 12, I had no clue what I was doing. I
mm-hmm,
just was remembering these recurring dreams, but that's part of it.
mm-hmm,
Some people go deeper, would go to different dimensions and whatnot. And that's
mm,
when the weirdness happens. You can bring back things that you don't want to bring
yeah,
back or get
right.
attached to things. even though when you're
Yeah.
dreaming, you may feel like it's euphoric and wonderful, but you're going to a realm that you're not
Right.
wanting to be and unaware of. Sure.
Yeah.
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 But I think I was only going to a different level because I could always see myself,
Mm-hmm.
but it was only when I was a kid. So I didn't really understand it. But I remembered it. It's just like there'd be times I'd be on top of the room just watching myself.
Mm-hmm.
And then there'd be
Yeah.
other times where I'd be like at an event or something, and then all of a sudden I just levitate and then start, you know,
Going
floating or
around.
just standing around watching people.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
was always close to my own realm. I never explored that I remembered,
Mm-hmm.
so there was never any negativity or any kind of worry in any of
Right.
those. So, Virgil here, he's pretty gifted himself.
Oh,
He
is he,
he knows
Virgil?
he knows how to do that mind Vulcan mind trick. He knows
Well,
how to
I
he
used
knows
to ask,
he knows the telepath
does he? Does
telepathic stuff.
telepathic stuff? I need the telepathetic stuff. I remember traveling all the time when I was a kid. Just I would leave, but I was never by myself. So I have never astral traveled just on my own. I'm always with somebody who knows what they're doing. So
Mhm.
when I go places, there's always someone. And it used to be the one I told you was the woodworker, but now in the one I call Michael, it's like a lot of protective energy sort of just takes me places and I go
Mhm.
different places. And when I was a kid, I remember I would feel it happening in my body. And I would tell my dad, I'd be like, I know what it feels like when you leave your body. You're very, very big and very, very small all at one time. That's the only way that I've ever been able to explain it. It's like being pushed through the head of a needle. Like you're being pushed into something or pushed out of something. And you are all at one time, you're enormous. And nothing. You're incredibly small and incredibly huge all at one time. And I think that's where you feel your soul. Like you don't have this physical body, but you're enormous because
Mhm.
you're in your soul energy. And it used to be kind of an uncomfortable feeling because I just was like, what is this? What's this? And then I'm out of here and then I'm going places and I'm seeing things. And yeah, it used to happen more when I was little. And now it's always with somebody else. I'm never alone, which
Well,
I'm thankful.
that was a good thing because you were in a protection mode.
Yeah, and I still am. If I go now, I'm still very protected. My dad's pretty much always with me, I feel like, when
Hmm.
I'm traveling, or the that angel that I call Michael. I think it's an angel. He's a guide. I know there's an angel named Michael, but this one is, he feels very, very protective and has always been there. I've felt that presence anytime I've had a scary or bad situation. So he's always kind of there. And I think they make sure that I don't get myself on into a dimension I don't need to be in because I'm a wanderer. I'm going to go. There's a
Right.
shiny object. I'm going to follow it.
I mean, not everyone is like that. I mean, one time per se, I had a reading with someone and she wanted to know about her daughter, why everything in her life is such a struggle and what's going on. And I was immediately picking up that this woman was a protector, a healer kind of
Oh,
person. She is sensitive, and her daughter is too. But her daughter was an astral traveler, but she had no protection.
oh,
She's
wow.
bringing all this negativity in her life. She like
Right.
struggled at work. She struggled with relationships.
Mm,
Kind, loving being, but she always struggled.
yeah.
Was sensing this negative energy when she was astral traveling. She would go to different dimensions and wander, but she was bringing it back.
Hmm.
All she needed is that protector, like you had, but she didn't have.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm
And it was
very,
basically all she needed to do was ask that for that protector when she went.
yeah. And
Yeah.
for some reason, I've always known that you have got to make sure that you are asking to be guided. I've always known that's important, even before I started doing, the cards and the talking
Hmm.
to the universe. Since I was a little kid, there's always been a presence, and I always have known that if I ask for that to kind of be with me, it's going to be with me and it's going to guide me as well as it can. But I have to listen to it, because that's my option. I can ask for help and then receive the message, but if I don't take the advice, then I'm just going to end up going down the same road I go on my own.
Hmm.
That I that was a lesson. That was a fun lesson to learn. So I don't ignore the voice anymore. And that's another thing. That's when you got to learn to trust yourself and what is coming from outside versus your own, what you're hearing upstairs in your own head, and what's your own thoughts. Like, I have my own thoughts, but they're
Of course.
completely different from messages and stuff. And you have to learn to interpret that and trust it. Trusting it is probably the most important thing and the hardest thing to do. That's hard, to trust yourself that you're not just a you're
You're
not
not
just a
receiving wacko messages from, you know, some mischief guide or
right.
mystic spirit or
That would be awful. That would be awful. I like to think that I've got enough of a lineup that they I've got enough of a filter that they kind of hopefully keep the critters out. Um, and I try to be real mindful of where my head goes, because thoughts are things. That's a very important thing that people should know. And you really manifest your own negative world,
right.
not world, but thoughts are things. And if you let yourself, that's where I picked up that one guide who's less than she's and she's just been through the ringer, and she looks like it. She doesn't care that she looks like she's been through the ringer. She does not mince words. The one who yanks my hair. And um, that's I used to get all kinds of down in the dumps about things, and negative, the whole self-talk, and that's just a long time issue. But since working on it, the less you say negative to yourself, whether it's about yourself, whether it's how you look or your physical appearance, or if it's about the world outside, if you choose to look at the bad, that's what's going to that's it's a powerful energy to always look at the negative of everything.
Hmm.
It feeds it, and you can't feed it. You have to look at the good, to look at the light,
Definitely.
and surround yourself in it if you're going to do any of this kind of stuff. You have to ask for that protection.
It's
So,
like stepping back and looking at, okay, does this make sense? I mean,
mhm.
your world is a lot different than most. You are seeing manifestations, you are traveling, per se, but a normal person, let's say they're getting messages from their guides or whatever, you can take that step back and logically look at it. Okay,
Mhm.
is this a real deal? Is this a message I should look for? But if you look for the signs, they're not going to guide you. And if you always stay in that loving source, you're good to go.
Yeah, no, you are. You are. And another thing about the whole not loving source, it is out there and it is waiting for anybody to just, like, reach out their hand to it. It is
Hmm.
ready to go anytime. Just like the light is. You get to pick which one you want to be wrapped in. And the light's always the one that you should go for. Otherwise, because nothing good comes from that other side. It's just chaos. And it's
Yeah.
such a bad feeling. Like, even looking at when I do my cards, there are some things that I am not allowed to get into, because they're like, no, that's not for you. That's not an energy you're going to tap into, because you end up feeling it and you end up taking it on and taking it with you where you go. And so mine will tell me no, and they will make me throw stupid cards that make no sense whatsoever. Or they'll send me super nice random things, and they're like, no, you're going to look at something else. That doesn't mean I can't look at negative things. It's just that some things I'm just not allowed. They Epstein, I can't look at Epstein, can't look at some of Trump's stuff. I can't look at I can't look at anything negative around children. That's a big deal. everything else seems, but then there's other times where I think that they're starting to let me see more of stuff because I'm doing it inside the light. You know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
they're like, okay, well you can, I think you can kind of handle this now. So we're gonna let you kind of get into this a little bit more. I have no idea how this works.
You're
Just
right. But generally, my guys let me go anywhere I want to go to.
mm,
Uh, when yesterday, when Debbie and I were doing the reading about those two girls in Indiana,
mm-hmm,
I was not showing anything bad with them,
right.
but Kathleen and Debbie were getting some horrific things that happened to them.
Mm-hmm.
So that partially could have been a
It could,
protection.
well, you have daughters
When
too.
I have two daughters, yes, it could,
Yeah,
possibly affected me. And it's like strange, but my guys
they're
will let me go wherever that I need to go for reading on Epstein or just Maxwell. I
but
can
for
go there,
some reason, not those two
but I
women.
can't
That's
go to
interesting.
those two girls.
That's interesting.
So I have no clue what happened to them. I mean, I see they were, you know, abducted,
Mm-hmm.
and murdered,
Mm-hmm.
but I can't see the effects and what went down.
And I was kind of peeking along with you guys, and when she said, I didn't get anything either, except that the description of the one, when she said she was killed by an idiot, or she was expecting more of a bear, but not an idiot, right?
Yeah.
Um, I f- felt like I could see the kind of person that she was dealing with, energetically, that kind of an individual, just a real POS that you just don't like his energy, you don't like his vibe, thinks he knows everything, um,
Hmm.
condescending. That was what I kept on getting, from the idiot part. It was that. And so that's the first time, I'm not, except for that woman that you told me about with who got shot in the head. I did look at her and ended up with a headache for 3 hours.
Hmm.
So there, like that, I was surprised, except that it's so far past that maybe they let me look at, or past enough that they let me look at that. Um,
But they definitely gave you her energy, and
oh, my head hurt and the fear. I ended up with like a stomach ache, and it
the
was like fear,
anxiety. I felt it also. The energy, the fear,
anxiety,
the headache.
apprehension. There was like an apprehension it started off with like an apprehension, almost like there's someone behind you and you know it, but you can't see him. So
Yeah,
I feel that's how she must have, felt going into where she
she knew something bad was going to
knew
happen.
something was going to
Worry
happen to
and fear, and
her.
then
Yeah.
it did, and that's where the headache comes in, and then she's gone. But that case we were shown,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
so
Yeah.
it all depends. And
Mm-hmm.
then there's other cases I get no senses from that we look into.
Mm-hmm. There's some things like I, TMI, and make a long story even longer. My mom and I are not close, but that's because she's kind of a really chaotic individual. It doesn't mean I don't love her.
Mhm.
When I try to look at her cards, it makes absolutely no sense. Now, I don't know if that is because I'm not supposed to go there, or is she literally unreadable because she's so chaotic. There's some people that are, they are a mess and their cards are a mess, and they end up being, you can't get any information no matter how hard you try, because they can't be nailed down as a human being as it is. Their energy's so all over the place. So I know that happens too, where you end up drawing a blank just because that person isn't um, readable to you. But I kind of think you were being stopped yesterday with those ladies, with those two women that the girls that were killed, because maybe you're not supposed to look at it,
Probably so. I mean,
especially,
Andrea
yeah,
read on that one too, and we
right.
we didn't get any, you know, feelings from it.
Mm-hmm.
but Debbie and Kathleen did yesterday. So
Yeah.
someone's getting protected and some aren't in
Yeah,
some ways.
I think there's something maybe you would have seen a little, something that would have stuck with you and would have not been so good for your soul
Yeah.
to have there. I I think it's good that you
I
were
mean,
protected.
I've seen a lot of things like, I mean, I grew up on a farm, dairy, and I've seen surgeries from the cows,
Hmm.
and seen the insides and seen something being
Yeah.
cut open and all that. And I've had to put down my own animals because they broke a leg or something, so
Yeah.
that's okay. But maybe something close to my
A little too.
mindset, my
Yeah.
family would definitely hurt my soul, kind of thing.
Hmm.
So, yeah.
Well, you don't want to stick if it's one of those things that's going to stick with you. It's
Hmm.
going to stick with you, and I think you were being looked after about that with that one for sure. Because you usually you're pretty quick on everything. So, oop, stop.
Generally, unless it's,
Generally,
unless it's a protection thing where you got to kind of search for it. But
yeah, yeah. I'm trying to keep up with the chat.
that's
Super
cool.
slow.
So,
Trying to make sure I don't.
Marty, you want to say a little bit more about your astro traveling?
Marty,
He asked about, can you tell me about my astro traveling? Well,
about his astral
about
travel.
his, yeah. If
I
it,
don't know. I'd need to know more.
yeah,
What kind of places are you going, Marty?
basically, if you're having issues in your life, you're not being protected when you do travel.
Yeah, that's very true. You always, and if you're doing it on purpose, if you're leaving your body on purpose and you know how to, if you know how to do it, then I would really hope that you are asking for protection before you go anywhere at all, before you even lay down to have the thought about
Hmm.
leaving your body. You know, you have to leave your body, at least your body has to be protected while you're out of it, and your soul has to be protected while you're traveling, is how I feel.
Yep, yep.
Now, but there are, like me, the involuntary ejectors. I think with a built-in guide, so I haven't had to worry about that so far. The only time I'm anywhere where I feel like I need help is in if I have a bad dream, and it's usually something ridiculous and catastrophic, and I need help and I have to get out, and then I end up someone will hopefully, fingers crossed, gank me out. Not always, but those are dreams, and I don't think I'm traveling for that. Like my nightmare the other night was when my friend she was doing something, and my dreams are just all very lucid. I don't feel like I sleep. I feel like I'm always awake and they're just marching around. And I mean, yeah, gets tiring. Yeah, never feel like I sleep.
So why didn't you sleep last Saturday night?
2 nights, I have no idea. I think it was the moon. If that was
Oh,
my guess.
well, that's
I
true. The moon.
So I know for sure if it is a new moon or a full moon, I have a hard time sleeping. Always have. And yeah, definitely, Debbie. I just think and I'll just stay up all night and just watch whatever. But by the end of like a day or two, I'm absolutely completely exhausted. And then just laying there tossing and turning is so frustrating. It's so frustrating. And then there's never a reason, there's never rhyme or reason. So I blame the moon, or I blame the new moon, or I blame the winter, the winter weather. I know change of seasons has something to do with it. And I'm also, lifelong insomniac off and on. When I was a kid, I had the hardest time sleeping, and sometimes it wouldn't be sleep. I would have that big small feeling. I'd be pulled out of my body. And then when I woke up in the morning, that was like, I think that they just yanked me out, and that was how my body would sleep. Um, I'm not being yanked anywhere now. So I stay up and watch, farming videos from Argentina. These women digging potatoes and cooking outside on rocks. I'm like, yes, do that. You are living the life. And people building pools in the middle of the jungle with their bare hands. It's
Yeah,
it's my nighttime activity, my sleepless actions.
I can definitely feel the new moon and full moon definitely affect me psychically.
Kathy, it's possible.
Sleep
Bad
is
dream
not
angels.
sleep is not a problem, but psychically and feeling totally in tune, those aspects do affect me some.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that makes me very tired. If I there's my sweet friend, her name is Holly. She's she is like starshine. I should get you could talk to her sometime. She's phenomenal at all of this kind of stuff. She
Um,
um when I read with her and our energy gets going together, we can be on it all day or for an hour. I will end up completely exhausted at the end of it. And and I think that's because our energy when we do that and it's always, we're long distance. She lives in Oregon and I'm in Washington, but she's from where she grew up in my town, in this town. And when we get reading together, just like you and Andrea or whatever, it's like it's on fire. And then when it's done, it's just, I'm exhausted and my body's tired, my brain is tired, and I'll usually sleep after that.
what are you guys
So,
reading?
what are we reading on? Her and I read on everything, all kinds of things, just everything. There was one day out the weeds again. So I think I told you about this. I had Marie Antoinette with me all day. I had in a dream, and I'm distantly, theoretically, going by my family's stories and history, related to her on my grandma's side or on my dad's side. And one night, I'd slept all night and I woke up in the morning. But the last thing, and this is a thing, sometimes I get messages right before I wake up. The last thing I see is a woman's hand going up against, she's brushing it on a green velvet wall. And there's this beautiful ornate looking candle thing, and it's gold. And she is being forced out of somewhere. I know that she's got to go, and she knows that she is never going to see this again. Right. I still get goosebumps when I think about it because I woke up, I was like, whoa. And I knew it was Marie Antoinette. And I know how crazy that sounds. I know. So I immediately get a hold of Holly. I'm like, I am having this dream and this happened and I need your input. And she picked up on it immediately. And for the rest of the day, we just had Marie Antoinette around. And I know it just sounds nuts, but like that kind of a thing. Or I can say, hey, I saw this happened in my dream. Tell me, what's your input? Or if I'm just having an off day, I'll ask her, how are you feeling? Tell me what your cards say. And then she'll tell me. And usually she picks up on something that I'm feeling. And so she's a definite, for sure, one of those past life people that I knew immediately when I saw her, that I knew her forever, and that I have always known her and I will always know her. It's just like it was immediate. We were instant friends, and that was years ago. And now we read together. She's amazing.
So Marty's talking about hybrid children.
Mm.
What is your senses on hybrid children?
I believe that. So the first ones that I went with, the reptilian ones, the
Mhm.
absolutely terrifying ones, they're the ones who left marks on my lower abdomen. And I believe that they were trying to make hybrids and they were trying to make children. I don't know if they succeeded. You say that they failed. I
I
don't
feel they
believe.
failed.
Yeah, and I don't believe the Palladians, the good ones, I don't believe they're up to genetic experiments. They are
Mhm.
not hurting people. The experiment, the tinkering that they do is for they raise your vibration. That's what they're doing. They're not they're not hurting. The first ones, they were actively harming me. They
Mhm.
hurt. They caused me physical pain and complete terror, and they didn't care. It wasn't. Oh, even thinking about them to this minute, to this day, makes my hair
Right.
stand. It's just, they were so big and so scary and so malevolent, very dark. Just, awful. And I think, yeah, true, Melly. I think that they probably fail. I'm hopeful that they failed because I can't believe any children, hybrid or otherwise, would ever be in their care and be safe. They are bad beings.
Right.
Terrifying.
I can't tell you if it's true or not, but that's what my senses and my guides tell me, that they've tried numerous times over the decades, century.
Mm-hmm.
They were on their fifth trial, what I was getting, and that's when the Palladians stepped in. It was like, no more.
Mm.
It doesn't work.
Well, I'm very thankful.
You're banished until you're better.
Yeah.
It was like a spiritual war. I was kind of saying, it's like no more.
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
and that's where it kind of stepped in, and I was feeling 95ish that we're gonna
Yeah.
spiritually involve these people. We're not gonna
Mm.
manipulate them.
Yeah. That was right around, so I was 15. So it would have been 94, 93, 94 is right around the time that it started. Well, I'd even say maybe a little sooner. Things started happening, but I was 15 when I remember them being in
Mm-hmm.
my room. And so that would have been, 15, 6, 5, 4, about 94. So I think I
Mm-hmm.
got caught on the tail end.
Yeah,
And
that's what I
and
think.
yeah, and I think that the ones that come now, there's a good chance that they know who people have gone, different people have gone with those reptilian, and they went ahead and just maybe kept taking some of us to they had an interest in us in the first place. The reptilians did, for whatever reason, right? So what makes them choose one person over another? I was in a house full of people. I'm the only one who ever went. Nobody else ever went. Nobody had any memories of it. I was the only sleepwalker. I was the only one waking up, with no clothes on and in weird. Oh, I
Whoops.
just knocked a lampshade off. I'm talking with my hands over here. My goodness. But yeah, I was the only one who ever went anywhere in a house full of people. So what makes them choose one person over another? That's a question. What do you think?
I think it has a lot to do with the DNA.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone's DNA is different, but it has something to do with the DNA.
Hmm. Virgil,
But it,
the ones I saw were about 7 feet tall, if not taller. They was as tall as the ceiling, and their skin was. I used to call it. It looked digital to me. I didn't know what else to call it. It was black but like snake skin. But
mm-hmm.
you don't expect to see a giant snake human in your room, and they weren't human. They had faces, and they were enormous. Yeah, they were over 7 feet tall, easily. The ones that I had.
You talking about the first?
Melly, Melly, I'm calm. I'm calm. I just talk with these hands, and I got these giant fingers. I start kicking stuff around.
You're talking about the first ones?
Yeah. Oh yeah, the first ones. That was the reptilian ones. But the ones now are, and they're tall. They're taller than me, all of them, every single one of them.
Mm-hmm.
But they're very human and very beautiful. Very beautiful. They don't have pores, and I've seen them close. They don't have pores in their skin. they're 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 beautiful. Their skin texture is just unreal. It's unreal how perfect they are.
Hmm.
Big difference from the reptilians. And they're very kind, or at least not cruel, and not, if you're scared, then they help you. They
Mm-hmm.
help you calm. If you're able to feel scared up there, but because I'm not scared. I've seen other people be scared, but I have never been.
Yeah. Yeah, I forwarded what you sent me. So I think you've seen what
Mm.
got from Virgil. Some pictures.
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. I haven't been in my Gmail for a minute.
It's been a
Uh,
while. I mean, I
has
said
it? Then
I
I'll
told
go.
you I sent them. He's the artist. He created some
Oh,
very,
yes.
very old,
Yes, yes, yes. I saw that.
and
Um,
his connections go back way farther.
I would love to hear more about his story. You can, Virgil, email me. I would love to hear more about your story. Scott has my email. Would love to hear more.
Virgil's got
Kath,
a whole different connection.
I'm
His
curious.
whole Native American family's been connected to the
Wow.
to the to the ancient ones, kind of
The
thing.
ancient ones, the really ancient ones. Kathy, as far as the Palladians, the ones that I go with now, and I'm just calling them Palladians because that's, that's what Scott picked up on, and that's just the name we're going with right now. As far as what their skin color, I've seen multiple different. I've seen, olive, dark skin color, uh, Caucasian. I've seen different ones, but they're all absolutely flawless, every single one of them, and tall. I would say I've seen more dark haired, though, more people with dark hair. And I know a lot of people say, the Nordics and the blondes, and they're all blonde, but I have seen more of these beings than they have dark hair. And it's not just dark; it's like black hair. Like the first woman, the first female woman that I saw, she welcomed us, and she had this string, and I talked about it last time. She pulled, and she was just like this, and she had very dark hair. I call her Lillian, and her hair was very, very dark. And the contrast against their perfect skin, they're just unreal. They're gorgeous. They would so stand out down here. They would. There's just they're different. They're beautiful.
Yeah, I can only get glimpses.
Mm.
You know, okay, I'll show you what they kind of look like.
Uh,
You've actually been there. Kind of thing, and remember. So it's a little bit different.
and I'm hoping to go back again. I'm hoping that that's what's happening now. They
Mhm.
took me tonight, I'm pretty sure, or at least they were talking to me, and they're starting the car and getting we're getting ready to go faster. Uh, that the move around part is kind of what signals me and lets me know, and I'll make sure to let you know everything everything that happens. I can only imagine they have some more warnings to give about the things that are going on, and because that was what it was last time. They were really heavy on the warnings, and you
Mhm.
have to help, you have to help, you have to help rebuild. Things are going to get real crazy, and here we're going to show you this, and we're going to show you that, and you have to know that afterwards you've got to help. So, and it wasn't just me. We were three to a table. So,
There's
you
others.
know, yeah, there was a lot of others, and we were all watching the same things, and we were being shown that, it's going to get really, really hairy, and people are this big of a part of the problem. Our planet is really doing some stuff, and what we've got going on, what we're doing is it's just noise. The earth is going to do what it's going to do, and I feel like what they are more trying to prime us on is we need to be more in tune with the planet and be ready for what it can actually deliver, the chaos that it can deliver. Like, yeah, we're making a mess of things. Humans are being a real pain in the butt right now, but this earth it's
Yeah.
about done. It's had enough, and it's a living being just like we are. Every bit of, I mean, we live on a living creature, and it just happens to be flying through space. And we've got to respect our home more, and we have to be prepared for these earth changes that are really, really they're on their way. A lot of them have already
Yeah.
happened.
That's what
Yeah.
my senses are. It's Earth is angry.
Yeah, she's not happy, not a bit, not a bit. And it's not the first time this has happened, and it won't be the last time that this will happen. I feel like humans have been here for millions and millions of years in different incarnations, and or you know technology levels, and we've destroyed ourselves probably multiple times, and earth has probably destroyed us a time or two itself.
Hmm.
And you look at all those, there's these caves all over the world that are like underground, huge underground cities. Those exist for a reason. It's because people have had to have a place to go. And, a lot of those caves have legends attached to them of beings coming from in the earth or from the sky and shuffling people down into these caves to live and have their societies while the earth repairs itself. And there's so many different legends on that and stories and native tales. They're everywhere. The ant people, they were kind ant people. I don't draw on a blank on which.
I haven't heard that one, no.
Oh, you haven't? Oh, I'll
No,
find it for you.
But
I'll
no,
send it.
there's underground things everywhere that people are finding that
Everywhere.
were created thousands and thousands of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
More,
Yeah.
like, how did they create this with, this no technology per se,
Yeah. I see Debbie saying, "Are we going to Mars?" I think we're already there. I think we've been on Mars for a minute, but that's my conspiracy brain. And lots of conversations with my dad decades ago. I kind of think that I believe that there's more how do I put this, more to our earthly travels, like human beings are further in space than we probably know. That's how I feel about it. But then you get into a whole other topic of conversation, which is like, our governments and working with the aliens and all of that other stuff. Because, we've had things crash here and they've got that technology and heck yeah, they want to go to Mars. But we'd have to talk about that a whole other time.
You mean they went there? You
Die.
think that we've went there already and haven't been told?
Yeah.
Kind of thing?
My own theory is, yeah, but I don't know if there's like life there and people underground. I don't get any kind of a feeling about that. But I think that we've probably traveled one way or another, be it with help from our friends or just engineered our own. There's so much that we don't know that our governments don't tell us and that they keep hidden in secret. I've always wondered. Then there was a few years ago, I don't know if you saw this. It was a Google Mars image that came up, and it got all kinds of, but it wasn't noticed for over a year, right? After this picture was loaded, and it was a picture of an actual base. It's on Mars. I'll find it and I'll send it to you. And it was from Google Mars, and you can see, I mean, it's a structure. There's a path. You can see satellites set up, and it looks very clear. Well, a year later, this thing after it's taken, is found, and then the Google or government, whatever, they tried to say, oh, it was an April Fool's joke because it happened to be uploaded on April 1st, and then it was taken down after it was found. So it was up for over a year. I feel like maybe they slipped. Maybe there was an image that got taken, and we could easily be there, but or have been there. I don't know. I don't feel like they tell us everything. That's just a theory. Just a theory that the government might keep a thing or two from us.
I can't remember who I was texting, but Barack Obama was on Stephen Colbert's show.
Yeah.
And one of the questions, Stephen goes, "So,
yes.
Have you is there life on other planets, or about aliens or whatever? Can you tell us?" And he just goes, "Yes, but I cannot confirm anything."
Right.
So then Stephen goes, "So I'll take that as a yes."
Yeah, I mean, I take that as a yes.
And all he did was chuckle, and they went on to another subject.
Well, they know, and with this whole monolith situation, these monoliths popping up, Utah and everything, and the subsequent ones, I kind of wonder, and not only that, but these lights in the sky that are not planes and are not satellites and they are not drones, and I don't care what they say, kind of wonder if they aren't going to be just revealing themselves without permission of our governments. They're just going to be like, hey, yeah, we're here, and let's see everybody deny this now. Because do they care to be seen or not be seen anymore? I don't know. Because I know that I just the other night I was outside and there was so much, it looked like sky traffic. It was, and I mean, I was like, am I seeing this right? What is happening here? There were big lights, there were little lights, and they were everywhere. And I had my whole family outside seeing it. I have no idea. And I even had a person across town like, do you see this? I mean, what the hell's going on? I think that it's going to get to be a point where you can't, they can't deny it anymore. And other governments already acknowledge it. Is it China or somewhere else? Some other places acknowledge it. I know Canada has a prime minister, or they had a prime minister who, or is it prime minister? It was something. It was a government official who, announced in a conference that they have been in contact with aliens and alien entities and everything else for years and years and years, and they just don't tell the people. The population is just sitting here. Yes, I'll find that and send it to you too.
Well, I have noticed, I can't remember what YouTube site it is, but it has something to do with government files. And they've been releasing videos on these people that had interviews about like the crash landing at Area 51, and other sightings. So they've been slowly releasing these interviews, and it's a government site. So I think it is coming soon.
I think so too.
Soon, the more and more. It's kind of like a gradual.
Well, they got to inoculate the population against. Yeah, I kind of feel like, like the movies that have come out, the way movies are so geared nowadays towards our friends and aliens and the strange and the weird, and how strange things are so, this stuff that I've been interested in my entire life is so commonplace now, where it used to be just so weird. And I kind of sometimes feel like movies and the TV shows, even X-Files and Independence Day, all these movies that they put out are almost a way to get the population used to the idea. You know what I mean? We're not doing the Orson Welles thing where everybody panics now if there's a light in the sky, or if
right.
aliens have landed, and people aren't, going to the bunker immediately. It's kind of like, oh, ooh, aliens, let's go see what's going on. Say hi, take me to your leader, that kind of a thing. That's what I feel like people are becoming more comfortable with the idea, because it's become more mainstream. And so the more mainstream it gets, the more, the easier it'll be for us to be told about what's happening. It's really happening anyway, is be more accepting of it. And Star Trek, yes, I do believe the Prime Directive is an absolute thing for our friends. I feel like, and I don't mean the reptilians or anything like that, but I do believe that the good ones, they do not, they don't outwardly interfere. They do not come down and directly, unless we're about to blow ourselves up. I don't think that they're going to get involved. Unless it's like complete world annihilation, we're really, really doing a number on ourselves. Other than that, they just do this whole gentle suggestion, take you from your bed at night situation. So, but yeah, Prime Directive.
Oh, I got a job to do.
You do? What is that? Oh, you got to open the jar. Yes. My husband is so good at that. He turns wrenches all day. So if I need him to, he just flicks it with a finger. Get it lit off. I'm so happy about that.
I guess she needs a little garlic to cook tonight.
I can smell the garlic in my chicken that I'm cooking downstairs. I'm a garlic girl.
I got garlic hands now. All I did was open it up.
Oh, it's wonderful. I like it. Like garlic on a person. I'm missing any questions here. The chat's moving, and then I I end up missing things.
I remember one I want to comment on. I think it was from Don. He
Okay.
said he was told there was 7 classes of Palladians or something like that. Um,
Oh, excuse me.
oh,
I felt
bless
that
you.
coming. Oh,
But
I felt that on the way.
so there's just like humans. We have Asian people, we have black people. So
Hmm.
what I'm told anyway, basically there's 5 different types of alien friends, but you
Hmm.
have those subdivisions, of.
Yeah.
So there may be 20, 30, 40 different types, but there's basically 5. You
Right.
have Palladians with subtypes, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they may look a little bit different or different color or whatever. It's just like, you know, you have Vietnamese, Chinese,
Right.
Japanese, they're basically all Asians, but you have different countries of Asian
Yeah.
people,
Yeah.
so it's kind of the same thing. That's
Right.
the sense I get anyway.
Yeah. I think that's true. In PMG, my dad, I talk about him like he's an authority on all, which to me he was. But he completely believed Gene Roddenberry got messages from our friends without a doubt. He completely thought that because he didn't see how Star Trek could be was
Right.
thing with just human influence and the Prime Directive and everything else. He was a big believer in that
Yeah, he
Roddenberry
was
got messages.
definitely a visionary. I did a
Yeah, and I
I did
go ahead.
a reading on him, a bit of a channeling, and
Yeah.
he did get messages about, and he was totally, like a person of not of his time because
Hmm.
he
Yeah.
integrated so many people into his show,
Right. Yeah.
you know,
That was
with
something
a
else.
with a Russian, with an Asian person, with a black lady at the helm,
Yeah.
and
Yeah. First interracial kiss on TV with him and
right.
Uhura.
So he was a visionary and our alien friends are that type, the
Yes.
good ones. They're all about love and growth,
And learning and growing and becoming more and helping each other. That's a really big theme that they seem to have when I talk to them is that we have to help each other and
Hmm.
help each other along. And now that I'm thinking about it, maybe that's why I'm going again because I'm talking about it more. I only have a solid 4 people that I talk about my visits with because it's not a it's not such a common thing and a lot of people are just not receptive. But I'm lucky that the people that I talk to about it are. But it could be because maybe they have more messages and now that I'm sharing more, not to I'm so super, I'm going with aliens and they got messages for the world. It's not that's not what I mean in any way, but maybe maybe there's 1 or 2 that I could possibly help deliver or
Hmm.
something I say may help someone else make sense of what's happening in their life. And
Yeah, I
that's
mean, just by doing these things, people in the comments are like, "Oh my God, I've had these experiences. I've had these experiences."
yeah, I've seen that. And that's pretty important to me because I'm always looking for why. I don't know why these things happen and I need as many different views I suppose that I can get. I like to just take it in and see if it makes sense and I've learned a lot just from different people's input.
Yeah, it's all about being one of the chosen ones. One of your, that's all it is.
I don't know if I'm chosen.
Well, you
I'm
were
I'm thrilled
chosen.
that anybody listens to me and takes me seriously. I'm not just a nutter in the woods.
You were chosen to go up way back when, and then you were chosen to be protected now, and now go into the learning phase of what they have to share down here.
I'm very lucky, I think. And I say it and I don't take it for granted. I try to be I always tell them, because since I got my little snark last time I went, I got my attitude. Uh, I I keep telling them when I go outside, I'm like, oh, I promise I'll play along. Come get me. I will not argue. Show me whatever you want. Show me that same thing 500 times over. I want to see it. So just come back. I'm sorry. So
I'm,
I think
I'm sure it can be frustrating when,
it
like you
is.
like you explained, it feels remedial when you're there or whatever.
Yeah,
You
third
know.
grade, and I've been doing this for years and I don't feel like I know a single thing. The only thing that I'm sure of is that we have to help each other. Lucienne, you're very sweet. Just such a sweet soul. Everybody in here is incredibly sweet. I've noticed. It's such a wonderful community. The
We
veil
work
is thin.
hard for this. Well, yeah, there's a lot of learning, Mel. There's a lot of learning, but
Oh, it's and you can't get to the final, you can't know the things that you want to know without going through the mystery of it and really trying to figure out what's going on. And then, at least when I finally do know anything, at least I'll have all the bases covered. At least I'll know what I'm looking for and looking to know. And
oh,
what happened?
uh, Don Daniels says he wrote a whole book about his adventures with UFOs,
Oh,
ETs. Wow, we gotta find out if he published.
yeah. I like that Whitley Strieber story.
I
I don't
listened to
think
him a little bit.
I've heard him, but I haven't read anything about him, his stories. I probably should, since I've heard him enough times on the YouTube. And he seems to have a heck of a story.
Wow,
Let's see. Thank
Luna,
you, Lisa. That's very.
Luna Tech has got quite a few stories here too.
Let's see what she say. Scrolling up. I'm slow, you guys. Lunatic. There's a lot of stuff I'm going to be reading when I'm done. When I'm done here, I'm going to go through the chat and hopefully I didn't miss anything. I'd love to hear anybody's stories, anyone's stories. I just love to hear anybody's experiences.
Luna goes,
Oh,
"Oh
geez.
crap, I'm seeing."
Lori Sue. Lori Sue, I like your snark, lady. I always like to see what she's got to say to somebody.
uh, Don's book, Evolution Through Contact, Becoming a Cosmic Citizen. Got to write that down.
And is that out, Dawn? You writing that? I don't have a pen, or I
Yeah.
would.
He said it's on Amazon.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Don Daniels, Evolution Through Contact.
Oh, Melly, I mean, it's entirely possible about Whitley Strieber. I've only seen him I know he seems like one of the shows I watched him on, and I'm not bagging or anything like that at all in any way, shape, or form. Uh, Something that turns me off when I listen to people when they're sharing their experiences is if they start to get nasty with people and sort of get on a high horse and get that real persecuted sort of frame of mind. And I know he's had experiences, but I just heard one show and I kind of turned me off of the whole situation, where I kind of understand what you're saying there. Him maybe giving off a bad vibe for sure. But yeah, that one I saw one. I was watching one, and he said just didn't sound very good. I really try to lean in the positive side of things, because if I don't, it's a rabbit hole of the worst kind, and it attaches itself to you, I feel like.
Right.
So, if a person is having bad experiences and stuff like that, and they're running off with the bad thoughts, that's a hard thing to get on board with.
I listened to his his story, and then I subscribed to him, but I haven't really listened to much else in
Yeah.
his guests. But
Well, and there's a lot of for him, a lot of stuff has become very commercial. You know, I went to subscribe to something, and you had to pay, and
oh,
I can't afford that. I don't know the guy well enough to give him my money, so I guess I just kind of lost interest.
Luna asks, has anyone else been awakened by death of a loved one?
I
Awakened, you mean by spiritually or just awakened from a sleep?
like awakened, woke up when that person died, and like at that time, or woken up by someone who's passed.
We'll see
Which
what she
one?
says, but I'm sensing
Yeah,
it's more of being awoke spiritually.
yeah, okay.
That's what I'm sensing, but
I have been woke up.
I,
So here's I woke up. Do you want to go first? I'm
go
not,
ahead. I was just reading.
not not trying to take all the airtime here.
Go ahead.
Take all the air out of the room.
You're more
So,
interesting.
jeez, got it. So, right after my dad died, he passed away it was 2004, and that was when a lot of stuff started, happening for me psychically. Um, my aunt, she was she was a great big crystal ball herself. She told me that if I asked to see, then I would. The more that I opened myself up, I would see and know more. In my attempt to want to see my dad, like I mean, I was dreaming about him constantly, and they weren't just dreams; they're visits. It's complicated. It's another video story. Um, I asked to see more. I want to see more. I want to know more, right? So that was all I had to do, and I had to be serious about it. Well, so one night I was laying there in bed, not sleeping, and this was before I had a phone, internet, 2004. I just felt this static up my back, and my husband was sleeping next to me, and I opened my eyes, and mind you, I'm awake. I was wide awake. I was just laying there. My room was glowing green, like an emerald green light had filled my room. And I turn over and I'm looking at my husband. He's sound asleep next to me in the middle of his body, coming out of his body, coming through the bed, standing up was a man. And he had short hair, dark hair, and he looked about 30 years old, handsome guy, and he's looking at my husband with so much love on his face. Just pure love, just love. Of course, terrifies me. Just I'm like, and I blink and I'm like, what? He's still there. Yeah, he was still there. And I grab my blankets and I throw them over my head and I start yelling, go away, go away, go away. My husband's like, wakes up, what the hell, what's going on? And I'm like, there's a man, he was in here, and it didn't go well because he was very superstitious at the time. And I'm just like, I know what I saw. There was a man, he was standing in the middle of you, and he was smiling, and he loves you. But this was terrifying, and it scared everybody involved. And it was a year later, my husband had requested from his grandma uh, pictures of his family, old pictures, very old pictures of his grandpa and his great grandpas and everybody else. And I had gone out to the mailbox and I grabbed this package and I'm looking through these pictures and I seriously about lost my lunch in the parking lot because there was that man. And it was my husband's grandpa. And he died when I think he was late 70s, and he died the night before we got married on our,
Alrighty.
on our wedding day. Right. And they were very close. He loved his grandpa very much.
Mm-hmm.
This picture that I was looking at was this man that was standing in the middle of my husband, looking at him with so much love that night, glowing emerald green. And he had on a robe, and it was like a robe. I saw the hood, like I've got a hood on my shirt. He had a robe on this hood, or a hood on this robe, and it was down behind him. And it was very, very heavenly looking and angelic and everything. But to me at that time, it's like before all this stuff had, I'm comfortable now. I was not then. I had asked to see before I was ready. And that was a big careful what you wish for sort of a lesson. And it shut everything down as much as I could. It scared the crap out of me. I was absolutely terrified until I saw that picture and I understood. That was a visit of love. That was someone was loving him, and I had, no way of no way of ever uh, knowing that was what that person who that person was in the beginning.
Right.
So
Um, Luna was talking about it was like a awakening for her, and other people have said that it always usually seems to be a catalyst, some kind of
mm,
catalyst, that
yeah.
wakes you up in a sense.
My dad died. That's what did it for me. When he left, I was looking for him in every corner of the universe. And I mean, I was and he came. He's here with me all the time, and he taught me how to dream, how to do this lucid dreaming thing. It was almost like playing where we were looking at Where's Waldo books, and it would always be suddenly I would know he was around. I would become very aware in my dream, and I would have to find him in a crowd. And that was when I learned different signs, different signals, and how to be present when I'm sleeping, which has been kind of a double-edged thing because I'm always present when I'm I am always there. It's even if it gets weird, if it gets and for the most part, for the majority, all of my dreams have a backdrop of fire and floods. That's a general, and smoke and ash, and it's been that way since about 2012. I There's things that happen, but the sky is always off, not always, but often it's very dark, and I see fires everywhere, just old buildings that are burning in cliffside dwellings that are on fire, and floods and water rushing into buildings. It's so familiar that my dreams happen inside of these environments, that like I'm having a normal dream where I'm lucid, but everything else is on fire. I'm just like, it's just on fire again. It's okay. It just is what it is. And I would love to know why, except that I think that has more to do with the things that our friends have shown me that are coming for this world. There are going to be more floods. There are going to be more fires. And there have been fires and floods in the past, volcanoes and ash in the sky and eruptions and all of those things, that it's like my life,
Hmm.
my nighttime dream life sort of lives in this, like a hellscape almost, is how it looks. It's not scary to me at all in any way. It's just sort of the environment.
The fires feel more past to me when you're talking about it.
The last one that I had that was out of the normal was I believe I had traveled somewhere into the past, and I was with two women. One was older, one was about my age, and I would want to say one was my mother and one was my sister if I had to guess. And I kind of feel like I was seeing another time. We were in a city, but this city was built on a cliff, and it's structured, the woods, not woods, it's all made out of wood, and it's
Mhm.
old, it's very old, and we are in old, like, robes. Like, that's how it looks. It almost looks, it's very ancient looking is how it looks. People are barefoot, people have sandals, there's goats, um, stuff like that. And I'm trying to hurry this mother looking woman along, and she doesn't want to go. And I'm like, the fire, and I look out, and this fire is rushing towards us so fast. And I know we have a chance to get out through these stone steps. And I don't know if we did. I don't know if I got out or not. But I see the fire coming towards us fast, and it's just rolling, and it's roaring. And it's on a cliffside city.
I'm
And
trying
it's
to
very,
get what that is, but
yeah, I
it's
don't know.
definitely like a destruction of a civilization
Hmm.
by brimstone kind of thing.
Yeah, in the fire, the way the fire moved was, I don't know how to explain it in this particular dream.
Hmm.
It's like it was of itself. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't consuming the structures to fuel itself. It was already fueled. You know what I mean? Like, it was
Yeah.
just, it was moving. It was moving on its own, and it was burning its way through this hill, this mountains, cliffside village. And it was black and red and orange, and it just looks like it's moving all on its own. It doesn't need the wood to burn harder. It's already burning, is how I feel. And it's not going to stop until it's gone, it's burned itself out. But if it gets done with the city on the cliff, it'll probably still go elsewhere and burn. That's how I feel about that fire. Like it's got a mind of its own. And I know how that sounds.
No, I know what you're saying. I just can't. It's very, very old.
Okay.
I just can't get the sense of where it is. It kind of feels like a civilization on a civilization.
I feel like if I were judging by the way that these um, women looked, they had very olive sort of skin tone, and they were dressed in, I don't know what to call them except for I would like Jesus time clothes, you
Right.
know, like robes and sandals, and there's goat. I can clearly see the goats. There are goats everywhere. And I know there's not technology. I know that I'm in a different time, but it
Mhm.
was really strange is that I'm still me in these dreams. You know what I mean? Like I'm still
Right.
myself, but I'm also somebody else. Like I know what I have to help this woman. I know she's like my mother, and I know that this is my sister, and I know that we have a chance to get out of this burning the fire that's coming, but she won't leave. And then, you know, if this isn't one of those self-propelled fires of brimstone, who knows what's got it moving, is is there even a chance for escape down those stone steps, or is that just what me then thought? So many questions, so many
I
questions.
know. It definitely feels like in that Jerusalem area, but
That's
maybe towards more towards Greece. 'Cause I know it feels that area.
okay. So here's what
I just
that's
can't.
funny. That's funny that you say that because I feel it's got like a Middle Eastern look the way they're dressed, but I feel like it's more Greek, like or Roman or something like that. Italian. That's how I feel.
Mhm. Yeah.
I've been to Atlantis, Melly. I have. I've seen it. I have seen it. My dad took me there, and he was one of our
Cool.
favorite topics. He came in yeah, he came in. I think I told you about that. I can still feel, you know, like I've told you, texture and touching things during these visits is very important to me because they're signposts in my memory. And when I was there, I was looking out over this city, but it's not what you'd expect. And it is the lighting is beautiful. I saw that. That was very lovely. But the buildings aren't what I expected. There's a lot of straight up buildings, like vertical. And the one that I'm in is like that, except the inside does look ancient and like marble. And there are pillars that are the size of houses. They're enormous.
Hmm.
And I saw a woman in a room of one of these rooms, and like I know that I wasn't there, but she knew I was there, and she was extraordinary. She had hair that looked like it was not red, like crimson was the color, and she was tall, and she was thick, I guess, juicy looking to me. She was absolutely gorgeous and stunning, and she was lighting she was lighting something that she had lowered from the ceiling, and she was lighting something, and it kind of smoke. My guess is incense because I've seen movies. That's all I've got. And
Uh-huh.
she's raising it back up, and she looks right where, because I'm looking at her, and I know I don't have a body, but I'm looking at her, and she turns and she smiled right at me, and she was absolutely stunning. And I've been there, so I've been there. I can still feel the railing under my hand, and it was a real place.
So where is it then?
Well, I don't know now. I believe that it was, if I my thought is that it was more than just one place. You know what I mean? It was ex- all over the world. It was a global situation. And I also believe it was a lot longer ago than what we know. Like when I think back on the lighting was different. It looked different than it does now. I don't know how to explain that except that it just was different.
Hmm.
And I get the feeling that it was spread out and bigger. And there's one this sort of happened it was part of the same thing. Tell me if I'm getting out too far, but I saw in this same dream, I saw these big, huge ships being loaded. And this was from a different perspective. At the bottom, I was like at the bottom of a mountain, but I know at the top of this mountain, there's a big light. And there are these big ships being loaded. And it's like they're being loaded with everything they can carry. And I don't know where they're heading, but it feels like an evacuation. And I feel like they did a number on the planet at some point, and there was an evacuation from more than one place. And the empire of Atlantis ultimately was destroyed. But here we have these legends, and you can look underneath the water. You look over Bimini, you've got the Bimini Road, you've got all these ancient sites that there's clear ruins underneath the water where you've got pyramids, and you can look up, I believe it's in the Bermuda Triangle. They say they found a crystal pyramid that's like a mile high, but you have to look for it. You have to look for these things because they're just not mainstream, but they're admitted by science. They're just contested, and then they're not mainstream information. And so you have to really go looking for some of these things. There's evidence of Atlantis everywhere.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Everywhere. I will send you stuff. You just have to, your Gmail is going to be full, Scott.
So you're feeling it isn't like a New York City that just got swallowed up. No?
I mean, I do think that there was a city, like probably a central hub. I kind of feel like that's part of where I was when I went there. I was seeing something that was more of the city, like where I saw ships being loaded, that would have been the city center, like the hub, the government center, if that makes sense, like that part I saw. But no, I think it went down, or whatever, swamped, destroyed. I think it's gone. I think we erased ourselves that way. And I think it was, they say the Atlanteans destroyed themselves, and I think that they did, but I
Yeah,
don't know. Edgar Casey, do you read any Edgar Casey stuff, or have you ever listened to any?
I have a little bit, but it's been such a long time ago.
Yeah, there's some stuff he's got about Atlantis and Lemuria, both said to have existed simultaneously, but Atlantis was more material. Lemuria was not more. They were all spiritual, and they were both destroyed by the same thing at the end of it all.
That makes sense. That makes sense with readings I've done. I totally get connected with Lemuria, but when I first read on Atlantis, I was like, it's mostly. I was getting originally that it wasn't real because it's mostly a psychic type manifestation of what people believed it to be.
Well, there's it's all legend at this point. So really it is whatever you want it to be, if you're thinking about it, I suppose, for general people. So you've probably got to wade through everybody's thoughts on the subject before you can get to what it actually was, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. Because like you said, it just was really weird because that was my original impression. I'm like, it's just a fable at first of what's been told.
Yes. Yeah.
But then I got deeper into it, and I'm like, oh, it was real, but not as told.
No, not as told, not at all.
Right.
No, I think that there's a lot of fantasy that goes along with Atlantis. Of course, it's all fantasy, but even what I'm saying, I guess it's fantasy, but I'm just making stuff up. But the reality of it, I think, was much more, just more dirty. Not dirty. I just mean more physically. It's not quite the dream that a lot of people think that it was. I think there was more spiritual stuff. I do believe that it's like telepathy and that kind of thing was part of their lifestyle, and the Lemurians and all of that. But I just think it was more of a gritty situation more tangible than the pedestal that humanity has put Atlantis on. Does that make any sense at all?
Right.
Like, they were humans, whether their lifespan was longer or not, whether they were taller, shorter, whatever. They are a version of human that wrecked themselves.
Right.
And over the eons, I believe that we have sort of come to idealize or idolize this society as, oh my gosh, they were just perfect and they were, all these things. I don't believe that they were. That's not, I think that they were like you and me, and maybe some of them were more involved, just like, humans now.
Sure.
And there was a lot of probably hiding from their people the reality of things. I do believe they were scientifically advanced, and whatever happened with them, my thought, it has to do with their science and that kind of a thing. They kind of might have reached too far or dug too deep, and it blew back on them and ended up wrecking the planet. That's kind of that's the feeling I get about Atlantis.
Yeah. I think
Very
that's
human.
where we're at now.
Yeah, no, that's where we are, Scott. That's totally where we are. We are there. And I see
We
a lot
either
of,
change or we're going to be wrecked again.
yeah, absolutely. No, I think
Very, very similar.
yeah. And I think, so my theory is that's why the people who are on this planet are here now. And you're either going to get with the program or you're not. And I think that the knots are going to burn themselves out. That's just, you see, the crazy is getting crazier out there. And
Pretty much.
yeah, and then the more not crazy, the more calm, the more people who want, what we all want, the more like-minded sort of situation, that I feel like is going to amplify itself. And that is what is going to eventually overcome all of that other stuff, is that there's more of us than there is of them. I hope. So I'm really hoping so.
I keep getting one to do this video about this subject, but I've always been too busy or too whooped to do it because it goes deeper. But this is the sense, and it is what you want to say, the catalyst.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing this catalyst now.
For
The
sure.
last 4 years, coronavirus,
Mm-hmm.
everything got to change. I think this ascension type thing starts in 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I keep on, I feel like 2023 is going to be a big deal for a lot of people. And I don't know what that's about.
Yeah.
But I think that it's one way or another, it's going to come out in the wash, and we can't keep going. We can't keep going on like this. It's just not, it's not sustainable, not in any way, shape, or form, not physically, not energetically, nothing.
The next year is going to be this correction year kind of thing. It's going to take a while.
America is a car with no power steering right now. The brakes have gone out.
There you go.
I had this old car, and when that power steering fluid would go out, or the steering fluid, I don't know what it was, but you knew. You had to use your feet and your legs and your arms and half your body to turn that corner. That's where we are. We've lost all.
A lot of mechanics, but then it feels like that 2022 is going to be this spiritual change.
Yeah, Georgie, 23 is my favorite. Yeah, 23. For sure. 23 is one of my favorite numbers. 13, 3, 23.
13, definitely.
Definitely 13 is one of my favorites. And 3 is one of those ones that always comes up in my 3, 13, 23. They usually come up over and over and over. So I decided they're my favorites. I kind of like these numbers. They like me. We're going to be friends.
13 has a specific number with, going back to the Last Supper.
Oh, that's true.
12 plus Jesus, 13.
Right. That's true.
And there's also thought, it kind of resonates with me too, is that the Jesus entity is actually a 3. A person, an entity of 3.
Oh, okay. I get it.
So, And then we had the cards, Empress, the three aspects of feminine, so there's very, three has a
Three's a
powerful
big
number
deal.
too.
And, pyramids, the whole triangle and that kind of a thing. I'm a big fan of pyramids. I'm pretty sure I live right at the foot of one or two. I just am. Um,
I got a little mixed signals on pyramids.
do you?
Some say, oh, they were made by, you know, alien
I,
forces or something.
I think people, you go first.
Okay. When I was asked about them, I was seeing slaves. I was seeing slaves built it. Very hardworking people dying slaves built it. That's what I was seeing.
Hmm.
I wasn't seeing any kind of energy force of alien technology or something lifting these in,
Mm,
to create this. I was seeing dirt and toil and slaves creating these pyramids.
yeah.
That's what I was shown.
Hmm. I so I feel like that, people being forced into doing this labor.
Hmm.
Uh, I don't know if they knew that they were slaves or if this is what they were engineered to do. I also
Sure.
kind of, have a feeling that humans, very much further advanced than we are now or can even comprehend, were probably involved with that. And there was higher technology than we have now. And so that
Hmm.
technology involved, combined with all of that awful, horrible slave labor, probably is more than likely what got all those pyramids up and running. But I do think they were energy sources of some sort, power plants or communication devices. I can't even begin to understand, but I don't think they were tombs. That doesn't make any sense to me. And you have all those underground chambers that they have, and
Yeah.
some of them put off such, the Bosnian pyramid. There's that pyramid in Bosnia. They say it's one of the oldest. And a few years ago, you had a guy taking pictures, and you've got beams of light that aren't visible that are caught on camera. And the Mayan, one of the pyramids in Mexico, a man was taking pictures of his daughters. And in one of those pictures, there's a beam of light coming straight out of the top of that pyramid. So I do think that
Those are
there's a
different.
lot that we don't. Uh huh.
I believe those are
I
different.
get
I don't believe the
math.
Egyptian ones, even though
Those are,
there was a reason, but it
yeah,
feels more like the
human.
Egyptians were like doing it to please God, their gods.
Totally. No, I think that
Doesn't
that
feel,
was a,
it doesn't feel like the one in Mexico. That's totally different in those kind of places. The ones in
yeah,
Egypt were facsimiles per se to please
yeah.
their god, not
Makes
for
sense.
a powerful source of like the one in Mexico you were talking about. That
Hmm.
has total feeling there.
Yeah. Roxanne, true. No bodies have ever been found in those pyramids. Now you have the ones in Mexico, and to me, I can look at those, and I've had uh, I feel like I've got memories from there, but we'll have to talk about that a different time.
Yeah, I can't remember that one. Um, I was getting Andrew and I did a reading about the one in Mexico. I think it was like a volcano or something, or there was a pyramid next to a volcano.
I think there's a well, there,
There's something really going on down there.
yeah,
There's
totally, yeah,
yeah.
and there's something I think that those Mexican pyramids, they have something to do with our friends, or at least
Hmm.
they used to. There's something so it feels mathematic. Does that make sense? Everything about that area feels scientific to me, or like it was an
Well, there
observatory.
was what two cultures down there. You got the Mayans and the
Mayans, the Aztecs,
Aztecs. Yeah,
yeah,
there's
and then you got the Incas, but I think
Incas.
they're more,
Yes, yes,
yeah,
yes, yes.
and the Aztecs, and then you got the Olmecs, and all of those. They don't even know who built Teotihuacan, and that's where they got the Pyramid of the Moon, and that is an entire city of pyramids. The ancient natives there, they said that city was there before they even got there. I mean, oh my gosh, I can go on about the pyramids. I could go on there about that for days. I have just theories and theories on top of theories, but I
Cool.
don't I don't think they were all made by the same people, and I think that some had extra help for extra reasons, and then some were just human structures. They're just trying to, like appease their gods or their people, or they
Yeah.
want to be. I also think there were the pyramids are all over the world for a reason. People were all over the world. They all built these same structures. I think that people were traveling all over the world a long time before Columbus hit America.
Oh, that was
They,
another subject I was gonna read on sometime. There was like Roman jars found in Mexico
yes,
long before anyone inhabited
hmm, I
this
believe
area.
it. There's a lot found out of place. Oh, Antarctica. Lucienne wants to talk about Antarctica. Um,
You talk.
I
I gotta go to the restroom quick.
oh,
You,
okay.
you talk with
Well, I'll
someone.
I'll yak.
Be right back.
Yeah. So Lucienne, I sent Lucienne a picture the other day of, they call it the Blood Falls, I believe, in Antarctica. Uh, Supposedly they're saying that it's like an iron deposit pouring out of the ice. Well, I I have a whole other theory about that myself, but that's just me and my theories. Um, they're finding a lot of animals and creatures underneath the ground, underneath the ice. They're frozen solid. They still have blood in them. What if there's this pocket of animals, creatures, humans, beings, whatever, next to the ice, and now that ice is melting? It could entirely, possibly, in my head, be, you know, beings kind of expelling themselves, or old blood. I know that's gory and everything, but um, and then there's a theory that there's a lot of cities underneath that ice. And I know I'm getting out in the weeds, but ancient alien technology cities, they say there are enormous cities that are underneath that ice. And one of the theories is that the government has sort of started tinkering with these cities and this equipment down there, and that's why the ice has been melting, because it's not just melting from the top, it's also melting from the bottom. Oh, that's a good question, Lori. Sure. They probably talk to each other more than they probably have a little more together than we do, though, when they're communicating with each other. Bye, Sandra.
Yeah,
Yeah, Admiral Byrd, Mary, he flew right through a hole and he into Antarctica, and he was met by flying saucers. He talked about this. He
really.
absolutely. Do you know about that, Scott? About Admiral Byrd?
Never heard of that one.
Oh, well, you're gonna.
I better,
So,
I better write this down. Check it
yeah,
out.
Admiral Byrd, he flew a mission to Antarctica, and it was during World War II. And he
Hmm.
was met by two, I believe it was a couple flying saucers, and he was taken inside, his group was taken inside a hole in the ice, where he was met by I guess the higher ups of that civilization, and they were under the ice, and they are like, he said that some of the flying saucers that we see come from the inside of our planet, not from the sky. That there is civilization underneath that ice, that there's entire cities. And so, he didn't have a lot of reason to make that up.
Right.
He was gone for a couple days. He spent time with them, and I would have to go back and get more information on exactly what they said. But he came back and he said, "We are not the only ones on this earth. They are they're watching us, and I think that they're kind of. I think they warned him that this is where we were going to end up, if I remember correctly. That this where humankind is right now. I feel like that they might have warned him
You
that
said
we
that
might.
was in the 40s?
Yeah, I think it was in the 40s, during World War II, or
That was a
like,
big time.
yeah, like, right. But they were. I believe it had something to do with, they got word that the Nazis were down there. That Germany was trying to do something down there in Antarctica, which they were.
Right.
That's a whole other story. But that's kind of what got them to go looking down there to see what was going on, because they're trying to find out if the Nazis were up to something, which they were, I'm sure.
After World War II.
I'm not sure if it was either during or right after, one of the two. I'd have to go back and look at the. I think so, Georgie. I think that Antarctica is a big place of mystery, and I do believe that portals are down there. That's my personal belief. I think that I'm a big portal kind of girl anyway.
I found something that Andrea and I read on about down there.
Did you?
They found that there's particles going up in the sky.
Yeah.
Not down, up.
Something is
And
transmitting.
there's something down there.
Yes, there's something down there. Absolutely, there is something down there.
There's like a reverse energy thing going down there.
There's something. I do. Yeah. So yeah, Georgie, I would say personally, yes, I do believe that there's portals down there. I think that is a wonderland we can't even comprehend. But I think that the same thing is going on in Alaska. So, and I was supposed to send Lucian some information on that today, and I totally got hung up on something else. But there's something called, if you want to go kind of dig around, there's this mystery called the Black Pyramid in Alaska. It's supposedly an underground pyramid that is putting off a ton of energy, just like whatever's coming out of Antarctica, and it's completely underground. Yeah. And, the people who fly there, the military operations that fly there are doing it on site because their instruments get completely whacked out when they're in that area. That's just a side note. It's just a little side weird for you.
Is it different from that triangle?
Oh, yeah, they're different. Ooh, I'm shaking my operation. Yeah, they're different places. They're different places. One is Alaska's. No, I think actually, Scott, I think it's in the triangle. Now that I'm thinking about it, I got to go back and look.
You call it the Black?
The Black Triangle. It's called, or the Black Pyramid, not the Black Triangle. The Black Pyramid, and it is supposedly underground in Alaska, underneath the ice, and our government knows. And there was a news broadcast about this. I'll send you. I know what I'm talking about. I'll find it and I'll send it to you. Linda Moulton Howe. I think you know who she is. She investigates weird stuff. She had an interview with a guy who had been on a plane or a helicopter or whatever it was, and delivered supplies to this station, and it was out in the middle of nowhere. And then there's another one where there was a news broadcast that this pyramid was found underneath the ground, and it was something about vibrations were picked up during a nuke test from far off, but they found it. And this new military guy, went to go ahead and try to record it for his family, and he actually went to the news station, and they told him that never happened, and it's gone. The video is gone, so everything about it is gone. But that newscast happened. This guy, this military man, and his buddies in his group, they saw this news broadcast, and it's like it never existed, because they got to cover it up. People can't just go knowing about mysterious stuff in Alaska.
Black Pyramid, fascinating.
Yeah.
I was reading about what people are saying about the Black Pyramid and whatnot. Someone asked, well, if there's a base in Antarctica, wouldn't it melt? And I was reading that, and I'm like,
I don't think so.
I heard it's a different kind of heat. Like there is no heat from the energy.
Oh,
melting.
Well, but the Arctic ice is melting at this huge pace, and say it's
from above. Yeah,
that's true.
Not underneath.
I kind of wonder too if that technology was put there way before there was ice on the ground, and it was covered up. I just wonder why. Where'd they go? Are they still down there? Was it some giant earth shift, and they all got trapped and flash frozen? That's just one of my wonders. I don't know. I just don't know why it happened or how, and I'm just so curious. But I do think there's all kinds of stuff down there. All kinds of it.
I am not sure how they got down underneath the ice and everything.
I think it's before the ice got there. That's if I were to guess. I maybe even before people were super busy and
I don't know what
mobile.
was it. My sense is that when Earth started 5 billion years ago or whatever, it was all ice, and then we had the melting, and
Yeah,
then all the cells and bacterium and amoebas and everything, as it melted, that all sprouted up and grew, and that's how we started over again. And
grew
then
into people.
and the sun was, well, the sun is said to be half old,
Hmm.
so it had to regenerate, right?
Yeah,
And we
yeah.
were just one big ice mass. And as it
Hmm.
melted and formed the land and the lakes and the oceans, all this, it's just like, people were talking about as things melt in the Arctic or whatever, new things are popping up.
Hmm.
You're finding things that melting underneath.
Yes,
So that
yeah.
was my sense, is that as the earth melted, growth started, and then land masses and whatnot. And now we're you know, losing ground.
Yeah, we are in a hurry. Kashmir, yes, I know Coast to Coast. I used to listen to it all the time. I haven't in quite some time. Got a little bit off of that, but
What's
I
close
enjoyed
to
it.
coast?
Coast to Coast Radio?
What's
Oh,
that?
I used to listen to it when I was a kid. It's this radio. It's like all things weird. Oh my
Oh,
gosh,
okay.
Art Bell. Does
Never
that
heard of it.
um? It's basically all things weird radio. The original all things weird before YouTube.
Okay.
There was Coast to Coast Radio. I used to, yeah, we used to listen to
Travis
that.
Walton. I think I read on Travis Walton. I believe it was real.
I think that if you know, what did you get on that? Did you think you thought it
Yeah,
was real?
it really happened. I felt it really
Reptilians?
happened.
You think it was the reptilians? Because he seemed terrified. Sounds exactly
Yeah.
like him. Sounds
I
exactly
don't,
like him.
yeah,
I loved it.
yeah, those grays were pretty abduction happy too.
Yeah, yeah.
Experimental.
Now,
Both of those two.
do you think that the Greys operate on their own, or do you think that they are like minions of another group?
I was actually getting the grays didn't like to be called grays. It kind of offends them.
Oh, little guys. I better not say that too loud. Not one of
um,
my.
it's kind of like it's not their name. It's like a nickname, and they don't like it. That's what I was hearing.
Almost like they don't feel like they're getting full credit. They
Kind
feel
of.
like we're aliens too. Don't call us
It kind of
Greys.
feels like they should be grouped in with the Nordic ones,
Okay.
or is a longer name, but Nordic for short.
Mm-hmm.
Um, my senses are the reptilians were more evil.
Mm.
Um,
Reptilians were definitely not up to any good.
the the Greys were more mischievous, scientific oriented.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't feel harmful. They were curious, but did
Mm.
experiments for curiosity more so.
Out of harm. They're
Out of
not trying to
harm,
hurt.
even
Yeah,
though
and
they
then
did do some harm, but it didn't feel like it was intentional.
it wasn't intentional, right? Like
It's
maybe
like, well, to try this, we need to do this.
right.
You know,
Like a means to an end kind of. I don't think that they
yeah,
take I don't get that they're emotional, so they don't, they're not emotional creatures, those ones. Anytime so like when I feel around for them, I I know this is gonna sound silly. When uh the old 1970s tuner stereos that you'd listen to when they'd be on, they'd have that static around them and you could
hmm
kind of smell it. That's what I feel like when I look, when I kind of go feeling around for that energy, it's like very sterile, very, we aren't getting emotional. We just kind of want to know what's going on. We want to see this. And so in order to see this, we have to go through that. And, we're just going to scare these people, and that's awful. But, we got to figure out what we got to know. Roxanne says she was abducted by them.
Which ones?
I'm assuming the Greys. Roxanne, do you mean the Greys or?
Well, that's what my Wisconsin neighbor, I forgot her name. Told her I emailed her, but she never got back to me.
Oh, you did. I don't remember.
Sherry Wild.
Okay.
Yeah, she says she was abducted by the Greys.
Mm. Yeah, I'd like to hear more about that. That's, well, anybody's experience. I'm always curious. I don't think I've gone with the Greys. I don't think that
I'm getting
I'm not interesting enough for them. A little too basic for those guys.
Yeah, there's, I don't know. Explain that. That's Lori's online dating experience.
Oh, Lori, oh my God.
Alien abductions.
Yes, PMG3 again. Lori, girl, you crack me up. You do.
The number 3 again.
Christina, thank you. You're very sweet.
No worries, Bob, about Super Chat. No big deal. If folks don't know, YouTube will probably hate me for it, but they take 30% of Super Chat. It's like a heck of a tax.
That's good to know.
If you want to donate to some of your favorites, do it through PayPal, because they take 3.30 point percentage.
God, Lori.
Oh, sure, great men that shake no for an answer. That's funny.
You're funny.
I don't see them. I'm just showing a vision of them, and it's like the gray ones do seem shorter. All the other ones seem tall.
Mm-hmm.
So if you've seen a short one, it's probably one of those grays. If they look like little guys, they seem like they're 4 feet.
They have little man syndrome or the little gray syndrome.
I think they have consequences. They don't like they don't like being called that. They don't like being short.
That's funny. That is funny. They're like oh gosh, Star Trek again, the Ferengi, little Ferengi. I'm cracking myself up over Ferengis. It's been a minute since I've watched Star Trek. I need to rewatch it here on quarantine. Go beat up my Netflix.
I haven't watched it in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched all of them multiple times, but
Luna had a dream where I was a super tall beige alien.
Beige alien? I haven't seen any beige aliens.
That's that Andromedine ones. What I'm getting.
Oh, okay.
They're really very similar. They have short alien syndrome. Funny.
That sounds awful, Luna. There's nothing worse. Well, I mean, my own experiences, there's nothing worse than having those things in my room, and I was terrified. They were enormous, and it was scary. So I know what you mean.
It could be Roxanne. Tall ones, tiny ones, I bet. I don't know. I'm just telling you what I see.
You sure?
I don't see tall ones. When I see tall, I'm getting told it's different. They're different. That could be. Maybe the emperor types are taller.
The overlords.
Lori, I'm not their type. I'm not their type to abduct, but I'm their type to talk to and get visionary stuff.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah. Maybe you just need to wear your cowboy hat more often.
That they'll take me then?
Maybe it'd be like a bigger signal going up. I mean,
Not
it could
really.
work.
What's
Try
that?
anything.
Not sure. Oh, cool, Roxanne.
I
Yeah, I don't
agree,
know
Paul.
if there. What was there's another name, Draconians. I think they're linked in with the
They're
reptilians.
reptilian too.
Yeah.
They're linked to reptilians. I think then
Well,
they're also linked to Orion, the star system, I believe.
there's so many names I found online, but some reason the Nordic name kind of hits close to the Greys.
Okay, they probably work together, you know,
Could
to
be.
um let's see, Christina, tall black thing used to stand at the end of your bed. Did you get any feelings from it? Was it scary?
That's
Was
the
it
bad things
neutral?
about them. I love them. um,
I'm looking
what
to see what I
Luna?
saw that
Luna mentioned something.
Christina, she said that she had had a tall for years back
Oh,
in when she was younger. She
Christine.
had things um, standing at the end of her bed, a tall black shadow.
They would be a tall black figure at the my bed. And Christina, you thought that was alien? I'm getting no, it's not alien.
I would say more of a shadow. Hmm. So what kind of house did you live in? Did you have experiences there? Is something I would ask.
Hmm.
Besides that, we live, shortly after I asked to start seeing things, I started seeing a shadow follow my husband around, and it was big and tall and scary, and well, it was just scary because it was unknown. But he would be sitting there, and I would turn, and there would be that shadow standing behind him, and I didn't know I haven't seen it since, but it happened a few times. And so, shadow people are a thing, I believe. I don't know what they are. Have you ever looked into those, Scott? You and
They're
Andrea?
definitely evil.
Yeah.
They're
Um,
definitely evil. They're like evil manifestations of multiple reasons. It's hard to
and,
explain.
yeah, and
But
Christina,
they will make you go crazy.
hmm and they
They'll
like children, from what I know.
old home. No, I feel it's like Christina, it feels like it was like an owner or someone attached to you just watching over you. I don't think you were ever harmed. It doesn't feel like a shadow figure, but
Oh, old home. See, yeah.
it feels like
And
an owner.
were you just a kid, Christina? Like about how old were you when that happened?
You say
Because
it
I
had
know
a hat. I can't remember what you said. Did it have a hat or just a figure? Tall
I think I
figure
think the
at the
figure.
end of the bed. Yeah, it feels like an owner or something. And it almost looks like it has a cowboy hat and the old Western type um, coat they would wear with the gunslingers. That's what it
And
feels like. It
she was
feels like an owner of the place.
she was
Very
in her
old.
20s. She says she was in her 20s.
Hmm.
Oh, you sounds like you had someone watching you when you slept. That's unnerving. Did it give you a bad feeling or anything, or was it just Christina, or was
No,
okay?
there's just someone there.
Just someone kind of keeping an
It
eye
feels
on you.
like someone attached to the property area, like an owner.
That's good that you weren't scared of it, for sure.
But it doesn't feel like otherworldly. That's what I'm getting anyway.
I always wonder why people stick around, you know, why are you gonna stick around
I know,
unless
right?
it's and you got stuff to do. Don't sit
It's
in that chair.
attachment.
I mean,
It's
people are fun
attachment.
to watch. Uh,
Right. I mean, I get the sense that some don't have enough energy to come back and show their whole form, so they just stay in the gray or black type. It's like my daughter's seen my grandpa go across the room, and it was just a black figure,
wow.
and it was only my great grandpa in the house. He owned the house.
Oh, wow.
He built the house, so he like lived in the attic. He was always around.
He's just
We'd hear
comfy there.
we'd hear
Oh, you
footsteps.
told
I mean,
told me
like
that. Yeah,
and we'd hear knocks, we'd hear footsteps. I
that's
never
funny.
seen him, but my daughters would say, "Oh yeah, I seen Grandpa go by. It just like it looks like a black figure just going across the door." But sometime, a couple times, my oldest said he just stood in the door and watched her, and it was just a black figure.
Uh-huh.
It never presented as Grandpa. That kind of energy is just a black figure.
Hmm.
So some can't have that energy.
I've seen stuff in my house, you know, where I'm at now, and I've had things walk right into the wall, just into the wall. I know, you know, and I saw I've got a little boy here, and there's some things that you just end up living with them, and as long as everybody's getting along, and you're not scaring me, and I'm not, you know, remodeling and upsetting you and your energy, you know, we can all get along. I don't mind having you in my residence as long as they're not allowed to scare me. I That is a big deal. You're not allowed to scare
Hmm.
because I'm not going to be scared in my own house. That is just not going to happen. Oh, Neptune's daughter has a friendship going on with the spirit in her house.
Cool.
I had a relation. I had to tell mine in one time when I was about 22, lived in the closet, and he would bang around. I'd bark at him and tell him I had to sleep for work, and he would be quiet. And the guy who lived there before me, he'd actually died in that apartment, and excuse me, I've got allergies. Everybody, pardon.
Oh,
Um,
bummer.
yeah, it's yeah better in the cold. It's just time of year. But yeah, that guy he died there, and he was friendly. Banged around in the closet, but at least he was respectful.
Oh, good.
Hmm.
I had to check. The Packers are winning. Yay.
Ah, I haven't heard much noise from downstairs in a while. They've been quiet. My football guys better than
That's
the opposite.
so cool in our house.
Alternative. Thank you, Paula. That's good, Neptune. Thank you for being protected. Thank you, Georgie. PMG, that sounds scary. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
I love.
if you're not aware, but it can be scary.
Oh yeah, yeah, totally.
But luckily, I live in the same house as my grandpa, my dad, his grandpa
Okay.
built it.
Yeah.
And it's been in the family forever, and I just knew it was him.
Mm-hmm.
Once in a while, my grandma would come back through, and she would be like just a little bright orb at times.
Right. Yeah. And my grandma, you know, she comes, I know my grandma's around. It's just hard for her to get here now. So vibrations and all that kind of thing makes it a
So
little difficult.
haven't lived there in 5+ years now, so I don't know what's going on. I wonder if they're messing with the renters there.
Oh, they might. I'm surprised that nobody came with you when you
I
moved, you
don't
know?
know. Nope, it's been quiet here. So I think my great grandpa's still at the house. I think. But
Probably
I don't
waiting
know.
for you to come back and visit, come back and wave.
My dad owns the farm, and they rent out the old farmhouse where I grew up now. So
Yeah.
I'd assume he wouldn't leave. It's his home.
Yeah, well, maybe he likes it there. It's probably, maybe that's his heaven. His paradise is in that area, and who knows what it looks like from his perspective. Could
Hmm.
It could be like, you know, unicorns running around in the pasture stuff. You never know.
It kind of feels like they're sad it's not a working farm anymore, but not much you can do about it.
Yes, Marie, we've been on for a while now. You took a nap. Got nosy. I'll probably sleep pretty well myself tonight, just since we did all this talking, all that energy. Mm-hmm.
Really, yeah, I think we're planning. I think the last 50 minutes or so has just been integrating with the community here.
Yeah, just talking to the chat, which oh my gosh, I love this so much. This is so.
A lot of cool stuff, a lot of good, neat stories, and
Everybody's got good questions too.
right. I mean, you never know about
Hmm.
everyone in the community that has these stories.
Yeah. And we're all here for a reason, because we're all looking for, some kind of an answer. We've all got
Hmm.
questions. And so if you have, it's good.
Yeah, 120 down. I don't know. I guess
Coffee.
if anyone, like Luna or anyone else, hit me up with an email, and then I can look over what your ties are talking about and see if you have time to connect with others.
Yeah, yeah,
I don't know if
sure. And
you want to get hit up with 20 different people right away,
I will let you filter these things for me for now. That's wonderful. Yeah, if anybody has any questions, I'm very
We
open to communication.
we all have our lives. You have
Yes.
your boys and your husband to take care of in your life too,
Yeah.
but connecting with people that have similar things is very good.
Oh, it's very important to me too,
Yeah.
because I don't know much. I'm always looking for things. I think I'm in the third grade of life. So if that, I can't ever learn enough. The more input I have, good input, healthy input, the better.
Yeah.
And you're never done learning. You can always learn more.
Oh, of
So
course.
my perspective may not be somebody else's, but I will learn from that perspective for sure.
You know, like I said, I'm just a kind of a conduit portal too of answers because
Yeah.
I don't have a clue.
Well, they like you. They're
Yeah,
sending us to you,
it's
apparently.
amazing.
Yes. They're
I've
sending
only
us.
I've only been a farmer for most of my life and then driving trucks. So what am I?
Oh, you're the psychic farmer.
I guess so.
Start getting crop circles and stuff, which would be something. If you end up with a crop circle in your yard,
Never had one.
me
I
neither.
never I never noticed anything weird in the farm that I can remember.
Hmm. I'm always looking at crop circles, but I'm constantly looking for those two symbols that I sent you, that the aliens showed me. And to me, they look like crop circles. I don't know what else to call them, but I haven't found
Remember
them
I
anywhere
told you
else.
not to hurt your neck though.
Yeah. So true.
When you're
Well,
always looking up.
I have a system. I put my hand under this big old head of mine when I was like, so that I don't get a sore neck. I really do. It's this big dome of mine. It's heavy.
Probably the
And
5 pounds of hair.
well, yeah, it's my 20-year-old bun there.
Hasn't moved in 20.
Nope, it just grows and gets bigger. That's all it does. Well, I read somewhere that, if you let your hair grow, the longer your hair grows, it's like an antenna, and it might make you a little more psychic. So I thought, I'm going to try that out. So now it's just growing and growing and growing. Pretty soon I'll just be able to be like Carrie out there, just out there talking to people.
Isn't hair supposed to be dead though?
Isn't that funny how
It's
that
only
works?
alive at the core,
At
and
the core, yep, at the root, the
once it
rest is
comes
like
out,
your finger.
it's dead, isn't it?
Hmm. But maybe if I spike it up, it'll be like an antenna. Get it on big old spikes in it, and it'll
You
start
need a
calling.
50s beehive then.
I could do that. I could. Maybe on our next video I'll have a beehive. experiments with Beth's hair with have it shaped for my antenna. It could work.
The what they call that? That what movie was that? They put the dome on with
Coneheads. Coneheads. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. But they had a dome for Coneheads with Dan. They were bald.
right.
The Coneheads had no hair.
But then to protect them from the aliens, they put the
That's right. Yes. It's been a minute.
I
haven't seen that.
Aluminum foil. The aluminum foil over it.
Yes.
You'd think that would be a conductor, though.
I think it would be a conductor. That's not stopping anything. I mean, they'll find you in a pool of water. They'll find you under your bed. They're going to find you. If they want you, they're going to find you. I mean.
Yep, that doesn't matter.
No, it just doesn't matter. They're going to get you. Just go and put on a smile, get along. Do what you're asked for. It's never unreasonable. It's usually just look at the screen or put together a puzzle. Paula, yeah.
Funny. There you go.
We're all in our pajamas letting our hair grow since March, for sure.
Pretty much.
Did you, Lori? I don't think I'd do the buzzed. I don't think that's me. I have got a melon. So I need the hair to distract from my giant head. It's for this big brain, my alien brain.
Oh, cool. Jan said you grew up on a farm. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm grateful my kids grew up on the farm. They learned responsibility.
Mine didn't grow up on a farm, but they, grew up in the mountains in an itty bitty town, and I'm pretty thankful for that. Lucian. Let's see. Your mother sends you doves. I have feathers. I get a lot of feathers. That's a little weird. And I do, I feed birds because that's just one of the things I do. I throw bread and Rice Krispies to birds. And I call them my murder. They're my little murder of crows and blue jays. But I started getting feathers at my feet before I started feeding my birds. So that's neat. Pigeon sends whole birds to you.
Uh-huh.
I love it.
Yeah. I just get coins all day.
Well, if they want to stop, then you start dropping dollars at you, maybe.
Yeah, right. Friday was a quarter.
Ooh, that's nice.
Always get something next to my truck when I stop.
And that's how it is. I get feathers and pennies. I think pennies are from my grandma because she always would find a penny and she would never ever pass it up. She always said, "You're never too rich to pass up free money." It's like, "But Grandma, it's pennies." She said, "But they add up," and she was very very thrifty that way.
Yeah, Mel. Most of the time I get dimes, but for some reason I got a quarter Friday. I know it's real because I walk right by, and it's always right next to where I get in the truck when I come back.
Yeah, that's how it is with the feathers. And my pennies that I get that I find or that find me, they are almost always from the 70s.
Really?
So
that's kind of
yeah, Christina, probably. I'd like to think so. Angels. She says they're probably angels. I would love to think that. Right, Shirley? Just drop a couple hundreds. Wouldn't that be nice? Or something priceless, drop a
right
8 pence from under the ocean or something. Diamond necklace, maybe.
Well, if they dropped me 100, I'd split it up and then give it to the homeless.
Well, that's what you'd have to do.
I see so many homeless on my route.
Yeah.
If I have money handy, or if I have 5 or 10 in my wallet sometimes, and it works out, I just give it to them.
Yep.
You
Yep. My husband's the exact same way. I don't go anywhere. So I
know?
don't do
Yeah, I know, Kathleen. I always look at the year to see if it means anything
I
when
do
I pick
too.
it up. I'm like, okay, what year is this?
I get a
I'm like,
lot of 77 ones, and that's my year. That's when I was born.
ah,
I'll get 72. My husband was in 72, or I'll get my kids' years. And then sometimes I'll just get some random 2000. Quarter in front of another quarter, and you keep finding change. I haven't, Gma. I haven't had that happen.
nope.
Mm-mm. It'd be neat. I'll keep picking up quarters. It'd be nice. Lori, me too. I'm in a house full of dogs. I'm a dog lady.
Dog. Dog leaves me something every day.
My 17-year-old Chihuahua gets lost every day trying to go to the bathroom, and it usually ends up in the bathroom because she goes into the bathroom to leave us surprises, which is I appreciate it. It's in the right. She's got the right idea. But it's cold now, and she won't go outside. She's like, "No, you people don't go outside to go pee. Neither am I." That's true, Marie. I've seen some of those before. Maureen, I never have that happen to me. I never find money. Not like money. Not something I can go get a coffee with. Ever. It never happens.
Yeah.
Money is just not one of those. It's just not something that I tend to have a lot of in my everyday life. I've always had exactly what I need, and that's
Mm-hmm.
plenty, you
Nice.
know. I've I've always been very lucky, so they're fortunate and blessed and all of that good stuff. Never had too much. Always had exactly what I need, and that's so good. Happy with that.
That's all I can ask for.
It was found not too long ago. I was at Winco getting groceries, and a woman had left her entire wallet in a cart. It was packed with money. I was like, oh my God. I ran it in there as fast as I could and gave it to the girl, and then I wanted to take a picture of it and get this lady's name and number and everything because it was a lot of money. And I was actually nervous about the person that I gave it to, thinking, that person could take it. Anything can happen. And what if this is that lady's rent money? And money stresses me right out. I'd rather I'd rather someone else have it. Someone else take it. I still think about that, and I still wonder, did she get her wallet back? I'm sure she did. The world is full of generous people who don't steal. I do know that. Wow, Kathleen.
Well, that's a good payday. 1,800. Well, if there's no wallet there, I guess it's yours.
That's a different sort of animal. I would be worried that people would come looking for it, but if you just find 1,800 dropped on the ground, finders keepers, I guess.
Oh wow.
Kathy D for sure.
Kimberly's story. Did you read Kimberly's story there about it? Wrote her name on a dollar bill and it came back to her?
What? No way. Oh, you have to keep that forever
That's
till the end
crazy.
of time.
That is
That's
ultimately
awesome.
crazy.
That's really cool. I need to do that. Just
20 years later. Wow.
by the time I'm 60, I'll forget I ever wrote my name on a dollar bill when it comes back to me. Maybe. Maybe not. Georgie, that's funny. I stole a sticker from a store one time, Georgie. I was 5, and my mom made me take it back and apologize, and I never stole another thing since. It was a sticker, a very pretty sticker, and I took it and I stuck it to the inside of my shirt, thinking my mom would never know. She knew. It was just a sticker, but I had to go back and
Dang
apologize. I still remember. I feel bad still to this day.
Well, money's energy. It's a thing.
I think that, we come down here into this world and we give our hours away in exchange for it. It is really just another form of energy exchange. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I have a whole other theory on money, but we'll have to talk about that another time. The purpose of it. Oh, good, PMG. I've heard about cryptocurrency. The cryptocurrency, I've heard about that.
I don't trust it. I don't know why.
I don't either. Well, I don't trust anything really on the internet.
Pretty much.
I mean, it can all be manipulated right then and right in front of you. We have videos that we're watching these days that we don't even know if the person that you're watching is the person that you're seeing. What do they call them? Fakes. I mean, my husband just came up to me not too long ago and he was in a video. He was Beyonce. So it was his face shaking it like Beyonce and with Beyonce's body. And that is not, that's not very odd, but it looked pretty real. Beyonce had a beard. But yeah, so we don't even know what we're seeing anymore. I definitely don't trust the cryptocurrency craze. Oh, the courthouse even. Oh, no. Yeah, deep fakes. I don't know what blockchain technology is. I'll have to look.
Can't manipulate blockchain technology. I don't know. I mean, they got to crack down on it because it's new. I mean, getting there's, they're trying to launder money through crypto now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't trust it. It's not tangible,
No, and the same thing with the debit card. It is. I've got one, but I don't like to use it. I like to use cash. If I've got to buy something, I want to use what I can see in my hand. That's just how I am. I've never.
I save money if I don't have cash. If I gotta swipe it, I don't want to use it as much. If I got a 10 in my hand,
you're right. You're absolutely. If I have go get a margarita or something. I remember I've got a 10.
Right.
Yeah, there's
swipe for that margarita, I won't do it. But if I got a 10, I will do it.
If I have to sign a piece of paper after I buy, I don't. That's a whole other thing, and it's too much work. I'm not gonna want to do it. Plus, I don't see the money leaving my hand, and I don't know. I need the whole. I like the physical part of it. I like to see where it's going.
Yeah. But like I said, when I see a homeless person, I can't exactly swipe their cell phone, their little thing.
Right.
Buy 10.
Yeah.
See ya.
Swipe.
Christine.
Channel
on Alien.
Yeah, no, not that I'm aware of. Yeah, they communicate with me how they want to. I can't call them, sort of down to talk. If I could, I would do that.
It would be awesome.
We would be doing that every day. But no, I'm not able to. Maybe one day I'm still going to class. I'm only in third grade. So anything's possible. That would be.
It feels like the information is pretty much the same
Hmm.
as our source loving energy. They want the same.
They
If you
want
were
the same out.
channeling an alien or
Yeah,
if you're
they want the.
channeling the God source, it's the
Yep,
same thing.
they absolutely want the same outcome. I think that's why they they're coming to us now at this point in time,
They're
for
like
sure.
helpers.
They probably saw all of this stuff that's going down on this planet and has been, and they're just like, let's send these guys some goodness. Let's tinker with the energy, and let's hope they can get kind of onto a better path than they're on now, because
Mm,
we're not on a good road right now. People, individuals are, but a lot of uh, humanity itself probably isn't on the best road right now.
right.
How people are treating each other, and the words they say to each
Mhm.
other, and actions, and hopefully, when Mister's out of office here, hopefully a lot of that'll get better and people will start treating each other better.
Yeah. That's why I
But
feel
it's not.
like 2021 is going to take a time of healing. And
Yeah, it's hard. It's not going to be easy. But
it's going to take a while for some to wake up.
some of them are so dead asleep and happy that way. I mean, they are man down, out of
Hello.
it.
Hello.
Totally.
Is
Yeah.
there anybody out there?
Hey, I love that song.
It's a good song.
Hello.
Hello.
Is there anybody out there? Yeah, it's a good one.
What was there's something else I was getting. Um, I mean, it's just like you think about the evolution of time,
Hmm.
and we're in the quickest expansion of technology, you know, that we know of.
Right.
You start thinking what 1980 to now,
Oh, it's
how
just it's
quick
leaps and
it's
bounds.
been,
Hmm.
the growth of technology and changes, and within the next 10, 20 years, we're going to have different types of power sources, and
Hmm.
it's crazy how fast it's going.
Yeah, it's
You
well, and
know,
I think
think if
I
you
wonder how
grew up in the 1800s, how your horses and wagons and
people
totally different.
life. Even my older friend, he's 88, and he tells me stories about when he was a kid, and life is 100% different now. And he hates using the phone. It's something. It's just not suited to him. It's not suited to the time he's from and the life that he had before all of this technology got going, and from the 80s. And yeah, it's leaps and bounds, and every year there's more and more and more. I mean, I'm calling you, we're on this with my face and your face. And that
Right.
is that's totally futuristic. Back when I was a kid, that was only dreamed of, and that was in completely in sci-fi movies. And now I can just pick up and call someone with my face anytime I want to. It's
It is weird.
completely normal. It's completely normal.
Mm-hmm.
Cover the news as drinking sparkling water. Love sparkling water. My son says that is something.
I think that's gross. Ugh.
I've been told it's how you know you're getting old is if you like sparkling water.
The
Like,
taste is horrible.
I used to hate it, absolutely couldn't stand it, and at some point I liked the fizzy without the chemicals, and I just started drinking that when I was waitressing, and I loved it. Something happened. I started drinking. I turned old. It happened one day at work.
Yeah, I'm in agreement, Julie, that certain people got downloads for the technology coming through and change.
Yep. Yep. I think that's so. We talked about Gene Roddenberry earlier. I think that's what happened to him. He got sort of a
Mhm.
download, and that was part in okay, in my head that was to get humanity used to sort of the idea, you know. It was one of the starting points. It's get
Sure.
humanity used to the idea of these beings in being involved with us and what they might be up to out there in the universe.
Sure.
You know, just a thought.
Totally game. Totally believe it. Yeah, I remember when I was, I don't know, probably a teenager, my grandpa who ran the farm said, "You don't know what work is." And I had to cut the oats, whatever. We did a whole field by hand. We didn't have to jump in some machine.
Yeah.
I had to feed the cows by hand with a fork. You just walk out there, push a button, they're fed. You don't know what work is.
You don't know what I had to do.
So, he's talking 40s, 50s before a lot of the
Mhm.
tractors really started rolling.
Yeah.
You thought that was great to get a tractor in the 50s there.
Well, yeah, like my guy, he talks about how he's real big on edges, loves edges. It's a thing with him in his yard. He will get down there and trim his edges, and he's got a garden, and talks about how he used to have to do the whole thing by hand. Now he's got a rototiller. It's probably a 30-year-old rototiller, but he loves it. And he gets out there and uses it, and but he's like, "Boy, I remember doing this by hand." And how he looks at things, and he's real thankful for the technology, but
Hmm.
also remembers when it just wasn't a thing.
Yeah, there you go, Kathy B. Yeah.
Wow, Kathy. Yeah.
Yep. Had the old plow. My grandpa would hook up to the horses and plow the field. And, yep. Until
Well,
probably the 60s, milk the cows by hand.
Christina asked when the aliens will show themselves. I think that they're showing themselves now. Do think
Yeah.
my personal opinion is, there's governments and agencies and groups that block us from knowing what's out there, and you know what is obvious. There's a lot of cover up involved, and you just have to see and know with your own eyes and ears and what you feel, because we're not going to ever get a legitimate story out of the higher ups, the ones that are supposed to tell us these things. I really don't think they're ever going to come clean unless they're completely forced to. I think they're visiting. I think they always have, and some of us are just a little more aware of it than others are, and some of us see things and have seen things that we can't explain. So, but
Hmm.
I don't know that there will ever be like an Independence Day kind of moment where they're just like booming down out of the clouds. If they do, if there ever is, and if they do, I pray that they are good intention. And of course they will, but nothing that comes to us, I believe, will come scary. Nothing's going to come to us that is going to terrify humanity. Um, Everything that I know about them tells me that they are benevolent beings. And the last thing, like when I have ever felt fear, there's an immediate soothe. It's an immediate, no, you're okay. We don't want you to be afraid. We don't want you to be scared. They just want to communicate and they want to teach. So maybe a big reveal would be a little too scary for us right now. So maybe that's why they're doing it sort of like a groups and people at
Gradual here and there. Yeah.
mm,
Lucy Ann asked, why is the government so afraid to let us know?
because then they're not the ultimate power. That's my take. You go.
Why is it in the public that 74 million people voted for Trump? Because half the population won't be able to handle it.
Yeah, exactly. They're just
The
not.
old word of you can't handle the truth.
Yeah.
Half the people don't believe in it, half of anything good. So
PMG, I
it's
think you're
gotta
on.
come slowly, trickles.
Yeah, and that goes with like the little Hollywood inoculation. Yeah, get used to this idea. Maybe the government the government, the higher ups, the powers that be. It might have been, Orson Welles. We talked about this earlier. When
Hmm.
that happened, America lost its mind. I mean, people lost their mind. They were not ready for it. So it's entirely possible it's just been a slow trickle to get people in the population used to the idea so that ultimately when that undeniable proof happens and that undeniable thing that they can't ignore, they can't deny that thing in the sky, that it won't be such a shock to people,
Right.
maybe to the ones that are going to lose their minds, that half the population that just is not okay with this sort of thing whatsoever.
Hmm.
And there's a good solid part of the population, because we're not just talking about America, we're talking about the whole world. But then there's also a part of the population that will be okay with that. Probably more than we know, actually.
Probably. Slow timing.
Yeah.
Someone asked it, what was it
Yeah.
about Dolores Cannon? Um,
I saw her name mentioned,
well,
but I didn't.
Julie, you'll need to read Dolores Cannon. I mean, I follow her stuff. I watched a lot of her videos. I
Hmm.
did reading on her. Um, it was, what do you call it? What she discovered was mind blowing. To
Hmm.
regress people like that, to get back to tapping into energies unknown. It was feeling like, she was no psychic. She even admitted that. And she had no psychic gifts, but she was
Okay.
given this opportunity, to expose things to the world that were unknown. She was,
Right.
what do you want to call it? A new adventurer kind of person, browning out. She
Like a
got,
trailblazer kind of person.
yeah,
Yeah.
she got shut down. She got mocked, whatever, but since she wasn't that type of person to gain information like a psychic or whatever, she just exposed what she got. This is the information I got. This is what I gave to you. She
Okay.
wasn't able to decipher what's true, what's not true,
Mm-hmm.
right, from source.
Okay.
So this is just my take, that probably like 90% of what you hear from her, absolute truth.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm gonna have to figure out.
there is a 10% in there that I feel anyway, that was there's going to be dark sources. There're going to be evil sources that sneak in that weren't whole truth, honest source truth, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you got to take some things with a grain of salt. But salt. There have been a few videos that I listened to. I'm like, this is junk. This is not true. I just get these
Yeah.
senses. I'm like, I can't listen. This is junk.
Yeah.
But there are some stuff. I'm like, yep. This is, I could just
Well,
sense
and
it, feel it.
nobody's right 100% of the time.
Right.
And if she's operating in with what she knows, and she doesn't have that sixth sense, she's going off of what people are telling her and that sort of a thing. So
Right. It's all just documentation, what she found, and a lot of it was amazing.
yeah, I'm
Almost
gonna
all,
have to.
almost all of it.
I know her name, but I don't think I'm familiar with her work, but I know who you're talking about. So
Uh,
I'll.
Started in the 80s and she passed in 2014, I think.
Yeah, PMG, I saw you talking about her earlier. I will definitely look into her, and for sure.
Oh, she has her own publishing. That's what I was saying,
That's right. You were telling me the publishing company. Yes, that's who we're talking about.
in
Okay.
Arkansas, HH,
Yeah, yeah,
put it
okay.
on here, whatever, QHHT. Yeah.
Okay, I remember.
There's,
Yeah.
there's therapists worldwide that, connected and do her training that she started. And
Mm-hmm.
someone posted on here, Elbow Weinman, she does similar things on YouTube.
Mm.
It's pretty interesting stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get into all of that here tonight, probably tonight, because they're still footballing downstairs.
Yeah. There you go, Jan. Yeah, I mean, everyone just use their own senses. If you read something, you hear something, even with your favorite readers,
Yeah.
you hear something from like, nah, that ain't right. Just, it can happen.
And you just, you take the meat and spit out the bones for what works for you.
Yeah,
And
there you
a lot
go.
of stuff will work for a person and a lot of stuff doesn't. And so a lot of times people see different things and pick up on different energies, and that's
Hmm.
super acceptable because everybody is learning from each other. What
Yeah,
I may not, what I may think may tie into what you think, and then we might find a whole new way to think.
right.
Everybody,
There's something
everybody's,
in the middle, or you miss something. Like,
yeah,
oh yeah, you're right.
that, yeah, like that totally ties up that end for me. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
do like Alba. I've actually tried to get on her list to do one on me. It's like $500 to have her do a regression on you, but it's like snapped up right away.
I would love to do a regression, but I don't know that I'm hypnotizable. I
I don't know if I am either, but I like to try. But
I
it's
can
like
get myself into a trance, but I don't know that anybody else could.
she does it all online now, and she only has so many openings, whatever. But I got the email, and for last month, whatever. As soon as I got it, I clicked on it. And like looked at dates and like full.
Oh,
That
so fast.
it was full within 10 minutes.
Yeah, if you get on with a good reader who's good at that kind of a thing. I have so many past life questions. I have so many memories. It's ridiculous. Well, not so many, but
Right.
I've got enough that it makes me question more. Well, I just question. I don't know that there's questioning more than you should. I just question so much. But I remember different times, different places, different textures, smells, people.
Yeah. Past lives are hard to get into. It
Yeah.
takes deep. I mean, I found them, but
Hmm.
how accurate? Who knows? I mean, but it's it can. I know it affects your current life and where you've been and your traits. And,
Well, I know. I even just thinking about it now, there's one, and I don't have the memory of this, but I know I was either hung or beheaded because I cannot have anything around my neck. I can't have
mm,
it on. I can't have a tight shirt. You will always see me with big necks or tank tops because I will not have anything on my neck ever. And I feel like that is a thing that is really in there, and is there's something violent attached to it, and I can feel it in my body, but I don't have the memory of it, you know? So there's past lives are fascinating. The way the little scars that they
yeah.
leave, come into now. I'm not able to have anything on my neck because of something that happened back.
I don't know if I can get it up. Ah, can you see? Oh, where is it? I got to get the right angle. You see that right there?
Yeah, yeah.
The bullet hole.
From this time? Ooh,
Past life.
fascinating.
This is where I got my a vaccination, but it looked
Oh,
like a bullet hole.
yeah. Do you remember being shot in your arm in another life?
Hmm. In the
Oh,
Wild West, yes.
oh.
I was like a deputy sheriff or something. I always had military backgrounds in my past when I think about it.
I think you told me that.
Yeah.
Neptune's daughter said me too.
So any kind of, you see scars or something, it's very relevant.
Yeah, yeah, it is. I believe so too. There's a lot of people with those birthmarks at the back of their necks and the back of their heads, those strawberry birthmarks. I have
Mm,
always wondered if those are little marks from past lives because so many people died violently with their heads. And so, like my hands and feet are still cold from when I was in the revolution. They never warm up, even on warm days, hot days. They can feel warm to the touch and they always feel cold in the inside is how they feel to me. And my family laughs because I'll say it's chilly, or someone will say I'm like, it's because I was in the revolution and I never warmed up.
something,
But I
right?
was. It was cold. it was so cold, and my feet are still cold from then. And so are my hands. Those, little scars.
Yeah, it's always kind of some kind of military thing, and I went in the military this time too, but I always get out because I feel like there was some reason I always died early if I stayed in the
Maybe,
military.
well, then you should probably pay attention to that for all of your lives going forward too.
Like, because I
Just
try to
sure.
go back, where I've been, and every time I see some type of military thing, usually, but
Mm-hmm.
it's always short lived. So I think
Mm,
that's why this time too, I only stayed in 4 years. I feel like I needed to get out. There was a reason I needed to get out.
yeah. Didn't you say you got out right before we ended up in the Middle East?
Desert Storm, yeah.
Yeah, you did your 4 years, and then and you were out.
It was just
Louisiana.
starting when I got out. Desert Storm, yeah. But that
Mm.
was short lived. We went in there, bombed them, and it was done.
But who knows if you'd have gone in, maybe it
Yeah.
wouldn't have, maybe worked out so well. Yeah.
I probably wouldn't send over there. Who knows what would have happened?
Well, and you have all these alien things you need to work out now.
I know, right?
So we need you here for these days.
It only took 30 years to get there, but
Right. Finally here.
I had to run the farm for a while, have a couple kids, and then change.
Well, life, right? Yeah. Life, do life, and then the
Change.
universe comes for us and says, here, now you're going to do this, and it's going to be weird.
Right. No more farming. No more. Your kids are grown. Now you're gonna
Time.
speak. Now you're gonna speak to aliens and people
Yeah,
on
exactly.
and
That's how
people on YouTube.
I kind of feel like that's what's happening. They're like, nope, you're going to do this now. And you're going to get so many signs and signals that you can't ignore it. And you're going to stick your face on YouTube like you never thought you ever, ever, ever would. I mean, my Facebook's even on Uber private, I am not out there. I'm too paranoid to be out there.
Now you're just living in the woods
I am. I
in a
love it here.
small little town.
Yep. Little woodland woman. Giant woodland. No. All the trees.
Just peeking out the window, waiting for Sasquatch to show up again.
They're here. I'm actually not afraid of those particular beings. Like I'm not in a hurry to meet up with one, but yeah. Lori Sue, that's fascinating.
I was a Christian slave in the world.
Wow.
It's quite a life,
Yes.
multiple life.
I don't have anything that nice. Like I don't I don't remember nice stuff.
Yeah, I have to figure it out someday.
Yeah. I
I'm
just
trying
remember
to
little flaps.
spiritually energy whoop from today to go too deep with anything right now.
Melly, my filter is very thin. I have a bit of a sailor mouth. I mean, at least in my own head, I do. I talk like a sailor in myself, but yeah, I get you. I feel you. Scott, you are probably exhausted. You don't need to be diving into anything right now.
No, I can feel it getting it that I'm
Getting
done.
more out. Yeah. Well, we've been on here for 3.5 hours.
Doesn't seem like it.
Doesn't. No, it goes fast. Renee, yes, absolutely, Renee. You're completely right. She says it's a different community. It's good.
A nun in the Crimean War. Wow.
Lori Sue, you need to write this stuff down and you need to
She
come on
always
here
remembers.
and tell us all about it.
Craziness. Love
Lucianne,
hearing all the stories.
I believe I have Asperger's. I was never diagnosed, but when you read and you learn, I feel like when I was a kid, I had a lot of those characteristics, and sensory overload is kind of a big deal for me. And I feel like I've learned to adapt to the world. And so now I can sort of function in society where I wasn't able to as I as a kid because of
Hmm.
certain reasons. They say you can learn to adapt and adapt to society if you're on the autism spectrum. I think I'm just one of those kinds of was able to adapt sort of towards the shallow end of the pool, I guess.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, I'll explain more about that. I'll send you something on that. Why I think that exactly. After lots of reading. Self-diagnosis situation, I guess.
I'm not getting a direct hit. Like, yes. Yes.
It would have been, I think it's one of those things if I am on that spectrum, then it would be something that I pushed or I not overcome. It's not a thing you can overcome, but you adapt so that it's not one of those things that's
I
as
think,
present.
what's her name? I think we were talking, Uncover the News is that way. I think she said she has Asperger's.
It might have been Uncover or it was One Dominant, I'm not sure. But yeah, one of them said something and I ended up we're all in the shallow end of the pool, Kathy D, yes.
But you weren't socially awkward, you're saying, right?
Completely.
You
Oh, it
were?
was awful. Yeah.
Really?
Well, here's the thing, like social situations when I was a kid, when this is why, they thought I was not right. Uh,
Mhm.
when I was put into school, the noise and the socialization with kids, it was overwhelming so that I would do that thing where I'd be out of my body and I would go. And
Mhm.
I would go to that place with that one that I called the woodworker. And then after school, when it was over, I would be back at home finally. And I would have no memory of being at school. I would have been with where I wanted to be, which was with the woodworker. It was just incredibly overwhelming. And sounds, noises, especially in the morning, were very hard. I remember that. It was like having a jackhammer in my head. And all the kids were just too much. The energy was too much, and I remember that very vividly. It was hard. It was really hard, and so I think I just adapted. You learn to do stuff.
Read the comments.
Yeah, I'm still socially completely ridiculous, and that's why I stay in my house. It does it hasn't, I mean, I've just gotten better at talking. But I avoid people for the most part.
Weird.
Well, people find me though. I mean, I have my friends. I have my little
Yeah.
group of friends, and other than that, the people that are meant to be in my world at this point, they just kind of find me. And then
Interesting. Hmm.
it's I feel like that's kind of how it's maybe energetically set up because I just don't anymore. And I used to let all kinds of things in, people, whatever. Anymore, I don't. I'm very selective because I get really overwhelmed really quick sometimes if I'm around the wrong people.
Maybe I'm just whooped today, but I get the sense that Asperger's people are just spiritually evolved.
Oh, probably. Yeah, they are. I
It's
believe
not
so.
like, you're basically socially awkward. You're coming from a different dimension kind of thing. You feel it, you'll
Yeah.
feel things, you sense things, and you sense your friends,
Yeah.
their anxieties. And you don't want to deal with
Uh,
these anxieties because you're a little kid. You don't know what to think.
when I was in school and I was with other kids, the it felt like being in the middle of 100 different fireworks. Everything's going in a different direction.
Right.
And that's you're picking up on energy. And
Right. It's more like you're an energy antenna or attractor.
mm, could be.
And that's what
I,
you know, my daughter had, says she has ADD, and she took the um,
oh yeah,
Adderall and stuff, and that's what the doctor says she has. But
yeah.
I couldn't get anyone to
She's
believe
receptive.
otherwise. She
Yeah,
was
she's
just
probably,
sensitive like that.
yeah.
She
They tried
couldn't
to medicate me.
she couldn't
They did.
concentrate in school because she felt her friends' pain, or if her friends had problems at home, they felt that pain or that worry, or she
That's
couldn't
exactly it.
concentrate because she felt all these energies around.
That's exactly how school was for
You
me.
know,
It was hard. It was hard. I couldn't focus. And they tried to medicate me and they tried to send me to a special school. And my dad, through the years they tried to medicate me. First it was sent her to a school and my
mm,
dad just said she's fine. She will be back. She will be fine. You just be patient. She's just got to get her bearings kind of thing. And he would say I took vacations and leave her alone. She's going to be all right. Um,
mhm.
and eventually I did adjust and was able to, but I was never good at uh, groups of people. I can now, like I can be in a crowd of people, and I know now. I I look at it though as I'm an observer of these people. Kind of, does that make sense? Like I'm
Mhm.
looking and I'm watching, and it's like being a big filter fish in the world, and you just kind of everything's going by, and you just kind of look and observe and see what people are doing, and I try not to get too involved with the scattered energy, and that's why I keep my circle pretty close. That way I don't have to. I know my people are all pretty
There you go.
level and magical and wonderful and we don't try to hurt each other. So that's the best thing you can do when you have friends is, support each other and you know,
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
I
Yeah.
was really pissed. My second grade teacher wanted to put my daughter in special ed. And I'm like, no,
Right.
you're not getting it.
Mm-hmm.
Just because she struggles in tests, she gets straight A's in her homework because she's failing tests.
Mm-hmm.
They thought she needed special ed, didn't care about anything else.
Yeah.
So she went and did these tests, with special ed teachers. Well, they come back A, getting
Yeah.
an A. She's
Oh, I took the
doing,
test too. Yeah.
and she's doing one-on-one work. Well,
Mm-hmm.
she can focus. She's only got one person to deal with. When you
It
have
makes all the difference.
15 other kids, friends, you worry about, you're getting their energies, and then she can't concentrate.
Yep. That's
When you
exactly
do homework, you're at home by yourself doing your homework,
Mhm.
And I'm like, thank God she did well on the test because teachers wouldn't listen.
Right. Yeah. Well, I absolutely hated group projects. I could not stand a group project. If you would have put me on my own, I would work just fine and finish just fine. I don't need research help. I don't need anything like that.
Oops. Oh, she's
Group,
back.
ah. So when I had to do group projects, it was miserable. It's like I never could focus. I could never get anything done. And so because there's other people involved, the minute you put other people in there, that's what I'm involved with,
Hmm.
energetically anyway.
Yeah, I guess I was lucky of sorts. I never had to deal with that.
Mm.
But I learned about it with my daughter.
Yeah. Well, my dad had to do the same thing you did for me. And my sister was a very social, straight A kind of a girl. Um, so we were always compared in school too for that. And I was not. I was flannel and she, she dolled up and everything. And that's so great for her. And I'm not her. And, that was a real problem in school. She was straight A's and I was solid B, C's, and that was good for me. Um, you can't compare one kid to another just because they're genetically related. You know, our brains don't operate near the same in
Right.
any way. They never did. She's a very logical, what you see is what you get kind of a person too. So,
I mean,
uh,
this was my kids, probably early 2000s. Well, these are
mm,
these are all retirement age teachers,
Hmm.
so they don't, they grew up in the 50s. you know Nowadays younger teachers are more aware of different things, they're trying different things much better. But
Hmm.
back then you just couldn't get into anyone's head. It's
Right.
like everyone's saying, well, they're not quite right, let's throw them on ADD drug,
Right.
or let's put them in
Right.
special ed, I don't want to deal with it. you know
And
but I think things are changing.
I was in school doing this during the 80s, and they were even worse then. I can't imagine the
Right.
drug they'd have put me on back then, but
Uh-huh.
and I wasn't hyperactive. I've never been accused of being hyper. Like, that is not a thing. I've been compared to that's why I have sloth pants on right now. I've always been compared to a sloth or koala bear. And I don't, it's because I got these long hands and you wrap around a tree. It's like I'm gonna go climb in a tree or something, but I'm also, just not in a hurry. Never in a hurry. It
Well,
was more.
it's kind of funny. Probably 60% of the teachers taught my kids in the same school.
Oh, funny. That's how it was with me and my sister and my dad.
So
They taught
everyone
us,
knew
and
everybody. I mean, it was a town of 1,000 people. So
yeah,
if you
yeah.
stayed, you know, a lot of them taught the same kids.
Hmm.
Because when I
That's how it
came,
is where I am.
it's kind of like when the rotation happened of teachers.
Yes.
All newbies
Yeah.
came in about this time when I was like in middle school, and then even some of the grade school ones did. But by the time my kids got to high school, some of them that came in when I was junior high school, fresh out of college, were still there teaching my kids,
Yeah.
you know, when they were in high school.
Yep. My dad's science teacher, and he always talked about him from the time he was, when I was a kid. I can't, I'm blanking his name now. I haven't thought about it in 30 years. But yeah, he talked about him, and he always said that, you'll know this teacher because Mr. Walmsley, because, if you're having a hard time, he's going to understand. And it's like, okay, Pap. Well, this guy, he was the best teacher. He understood. He understood that he let me actually do my work in a room away from the other kids when this was in 11th grade. And he said that was how my dad liked to do his work and that it worked better for him. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, and it did. It worked better for me. So there's something to be said about having teachers who knew your parents, I guess, and had a good opinion of them. I mean, of
Right, it
course.
always helps.
Yeah.
My oldest didn't like being compared to me
Oh, really?
because she's a female, I'm a guy, and she was like, it really annoyed me. They always called me Kublai instead of my name because they were referring to you.
That's funny.
I'm Jordan. I'm not a Kublai.
I have never been compared to my mom. Like physically, I think there's some similarities, but I've always been compared to my dad in every possible way. Just, I mean, our walk, our bad ankles, the whole thing, weak ankles.
Yeah, it's just so funny how those teachers can remember little things or whatever, and it's like, oh my God, you're just like your dad or
Yeah,
whatever.
yes, it is. It's funny because that's how that is.
So crazy.
Well, I see these, because we've been here in this town for a while now, and I see kids that are now adults. And I'm like, wow, you do look just like your mother. You walk like your father, and you are a perfect combination of both. But it's been something seeing because it's so small that, you are watching these kids grow up, and a lot of them come back and teach. So, or a few of them have. I've noticed that not kids that I've seen, but the kids that go to the school here, they grow up and come back and become teachers here. And so they're teaching with their teachers, and then they're teaching their friends' kids. It's pretty cool. Public speaking. I never loved it, but I think I could do it now because I've got to, like the distance. I've also stopped kind of caring what people think. They
Yeah,
whatever. If you want me to talk, I'll do it in front of 30 people. Okay. I mean, I might get pink cheeks, but
I like getting comfortable with people. I didn't. I tried it, in front of strangers. I would freeze up. It's like
I
never to
failed
be that.
entire I failed entire classes to avoid giving a stand-up report. I mean, entire classes. I'd be like, I'm sorry, I'm just not going to do that. I will take the L.
If I knew people, I have no problem.
I
You know,
think I'm
I've
kind
run,
of fine.
I've been a coach, leader in sports, ran teams, da 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 da. But strangers, no, I can't do it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can't really imagine what I'd have to say to public speaking strangers, but yeah, if you know the people, it's completely different.
Oh, someday you don't see yourself on stage like Dolores Cannon did and speak about your things.
This is as stagey as I'm ever gonna get.
Ah,
I mean, I'm floating the idea of making my own channel, but like I don't know what I'd even talk about. I'm not good enough at the cards to read um for any length of time or answer questions like you guys do. I'm not there yet. Uh, but if it's meant to be, it'll be. I'll do it at some point. As long as YouTube stays up, I've got a place to be. Should I decide? You are, Scott, you are easy to talk to. I mean, there's
well,
that.
there's a purpose, I guess, but
Well, that's why we're all being sent your direction, right?
yeah, I mean, I guess it's a little different. I'm on a phone. I'm kind of hidden
Very true.
at first,
Oh,
but then we get over it. We talk about family. I guess that's why I don't want to
yeah,
go into reading right away.
yeah,
Get to know the person,
right.
connect, and then talk
Makes
about reading. I never worried about time or anything
Well,
like that.
you got to get into their energy a little bit. Like you
A
can't
little
just,
bit, but I like to know the people too. Not to
yeah.
how's the kids? This is my kids, but like if I had to go in front of let's say 2,000 people at an Orpheum kind of stadium and speak on spirit, I'd be like,
You
and
freeze
not
up.
know anyone out there. I don't think I could do it.
Yeah. No, you got to have a friendly face, right? You got to know who you're talking to. I agree.
I don't know.
I,
I just never
I know.
been that way.
Oh, Renee, you're very sweet.
A podcast with guest speakers who have had alien contact.
Oh,
Ooh.
there you go, Lucienne. Ooh.
Well,
Hey, I love
there's at least 8 in this chat.
Yeah. Well, hey, yeah.
One wrote a book. I got Don. Got to
Yes, Dawn.
find his book.
Yeah, so she's onto something there. So good,
Hmm.
set up that podcast there. I don't
Hmm.
know anything about that kind of stuff. I know how to listen to a podcast, and I only started doing that about 6 months ago.
Hmm.
My son was like, "Here, Mom, Spotify. Here's how you can listen." There's all kinds. Just there. There's actually a huge corner of Spotify for exactly this, exactly what we're talking about.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which is where I go.
The only reason I got Spotify was to listen to Michael Cohen in his
Seriously, I listened
podcast.
to that. I listened to that too. So try oh gosh, I can't think of it off the top of my head. I'll send you my picture of
Would you
my
search? Would you search for it
what did I search for
on
on the
Spotify? Yeah.
so at first I just started I think my first search was Atlantis, just looking for anything podcasts on Atlantis mystery. And then from there, that's what sort of I didn't even know. I had no idea. And there it is. Now there's a whole corner of Spotify for it.
There you
Darkness Prevails is one of them. Um, there's a few others. too. I'm just off the top of my head though. I can't remember what they're called.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of really good content. There's a lot of stuff on there for
I never
sure.
really searched too much. Oh, I do listen to the God Pod too a little bit. Yes, the Packers won. Oh, I would not listen to Joe Rogan. Ugh.
No.
But
Well, and I can't listen to anybody who's yelling at me. Like I got onto one, the subject was great, but the tone of voice was just like this aggressive guy just shouting at every question. I couldn't do it. Like, stop, calm down.
oh, Seth Rogen,
Yeah.
he was a comedian. Yeah,
Mhm.
he's the voice behind the God Pod. He's pretty funny.
Oh, okay.
He interviews people and he goes from the sense he tries to hide it that he's actually the God Pod behind it.
Okay.
So he acts like he's coming from a godly
Right.
setting,
Oh,
but
okay. Like it's a
it's a
decoy.
it's a podcast. He interviews people, but he comes from the comedic perspective of God. And he has
Okay.
another guy that he says is Jesus, and another guy that says he's John. It's kind of funny. But he
Yeah.
never says he's Seth Rogen, but you tell by the voice it's him.
Okay. I'll listen to it. I'll
I
see it.
listen to the God Pod once in a while. It's funny.
That's a good
But yeah,
idea.
Spotify, it's free. I haven't paid anything for listening on Spotify.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
cool.
we're on a family thing, so I only listen to it for like those 4 songs I play on repeat all the
Oh,
time. But now that I found this whole other avenue and area, I mean, it's like that this corner YouTube. Once you know it's there, that's all you're into,
I know. I didn't know this was here either until it just popped up.
right? Surprise, surprise.
That's what I used YouTube for, was just some video songs once in a while.
Yeah, I don't even remember how I got. I'm sure it was an accident how I got
Pretty
over
much.
this. I mean, I was always looking up stuff, but maybe
Yeah,
it's meant to be. I was meant to
pretty
find readers.
much. Because I was just browsing YouTube for a song, and then I got recommended a tarot reader on Trump.
Mm,
I'm like, oh, I'll look at this.
yeah. Oh, look at that.
I'll
And
look
it's
at this.
weird
I'm
too,
like, oh wow, that was pretty
because
interesting.
I had just gotten my
And then
cards
I
when.
then I searched more psychics on Trump, and then I kept finding more.
Yeah. I, so that's another thing. Like I didn't have any idea this whole situation existed, and I didn't even start getting, you know, watching readers until after I got my cards. And it's like suddenly I don't remember how it happened. I don't know if I was suggested, but then, all of a sudden I'm finding videos on YouTube and I don't remember actively looking for them. I think it was suggested. But it all sort of happened about the same time. Like it was,
Yeah.
that's as things do. They do. They just happen at the same when they're supposed to.
Yep. It just popped up. Suggest nothing's really recommended anymore. It's kind of
Yeah.
changed.
I don't get recommendations anymore. I have who I'm subscribed to, and then that's pretty much it. Then that's it.
Yep.
And
Very
I
true,
watch.
Julie. No accidents. There are no accidents. I believe that.
There's not. There's just not. Everybody's so nice to each other. Ooh, Melly. Oof.
So I guess you don't go swimming, huh, Mel?
I won't swim if it's not in a swimming pool. Period. You will not catch me in water that I can't see the bottom. That will never happen. Lori Sue. Not me. Just think I kept dying early.
I think someone told me about Marie's table. Oh, cool.
Yeah, Neptune's that's how that happens.
Yeah, I think Marie was recommended. I think the first two I found were Amy Truth Warrior and then um, Z Queen's Tarot.
Sienna too. Sienna was one of my first that I
And
started watching.
I found her later, but those are my first two that I found.
I remember she looks like my daughter. And so
Who
that
did?
was why I clicked on her face at first. I was like, wow, you look a lot
Oh,
like
Sienna.
my daughter. Yeah, she really does.
Oh,
She looks like
kind
I'll send you a picture of my daughter too, so you can see what the resemblance there. She, big eyes
of
and
weird, huh?
dark
Twin,
hair.
twin.
Yeah, it's kind of strange. Same glasses and everything. And it was funny because I was listening to her one day and she was up while I was doing dishes, and I had the phone up and my husband walked in and he did a double take. He's like, "Oh my God, I thought that was Charity." It's like, "I know, doesn't she look like her?" He says, "Yeah, she really does." And so I'm not the only one who saw it. Oh, I hear my people getting restless downstairs. It might be time, Scott. I
Yeah,
might have to go.
football's over.
Football's over. I hear water running, people getting hungry.
Oh yeah, it's dinner time there, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's 5:30. It's 5:30 here.
Well, cool, Renee. Ren, however you want to say. I can't. You got to tell me again. Ren. Well, that's
Ren,
pretty
Ren.
cool.
Yeah, and I found you from Sheila.
There it was. Well, that's weird because I introduced Sheila to people because I had more subs at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Everyone gets recommended to someone.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I found well, I did the thing with Kim Sung because she was looking for someone to give
Yeah,
her
and she was with Sheila
guidance.
first.
She went to Sheila first, and Sheila was like, I can't read for you. I am not going to get what you need. But
Right.
she's like, well, I got to go through you. I know I got to go through you. I connected with you.
Mm-hmm.
And then she recommended someone else, and she's like, no, it's not it. And she goes, well, I just started reading with Scott, and she goes, yes, I got to talk to him. So she
Yeah.
sent me my way, and that's how that one worked out.
Yeah.
But it was through Sheila that the connection was made.
No, well, you're
To meet
definitely the aliens have their
all
eyes on
right,
you
cool.
for being a conduit. They're watching you. They're sending they're sending their their visitors
I'm
to
just not
you.
sure why.
Well,
I
maybe
mean,
it's so we can all be going to, the same place and maybe we can all find each other that way. You know, I mean, that
what?
might be.
Maybe you're, let's see. Oh, and then Neptune says, I found Sheila through me. It all works
Oh,
out, I guess.
yeah. We're getting shuffled around to where we need to be, I guess. One
Find
channel to.
who resonates whichever way. It's all good.
Mm-hmm.
Some people worry about numbers. I don't care about numbers. It's about the community.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
Oh, yes, sir. Makes sense.
yeah. I think I do have to get going here shortly.
Yeah.
I
I
think my
need to
natives.
eat some din din myself.
Yeah. I'm making chicken.
It looks like it. I think you're on the. Did you have it all prepped already? Or
Oh,
3 hours ago?
it's in there. It's all cooked up and in the pot and it's like slow cooked chicken and
What would you
it's
give them for football? A bunch of bag of chips and dip or what?
oh that they had all that stuff, got their own food. They can feed themselves. If
Yeah,
I as long as they take care of dinner and you know, that's what I do.
good to go.
Georgie, welcome. Um yeah, it's only my husband and my younger boy because my son is currently quarantining. He had a negative test yesterday, which we're very, very,
Oh,
very thankful for.
goodness.
But just to be extra safe, he's going to go ahead and keep himself sort of away. And we told them that we hope that these, our boys are going to we asked them, we want one thing for Christmas. you guys stay home for enough time that we can all just be together and not worry about this stinking virus and, have dinner and a good day. 2 days. I'm already getting my Christmas movies ready. Die Hard. It's a Christmas movie.
Where is he? Did you send him to the woods with a sleeping bag or what?
Yeah, absolutely. Just crawl in a cave, kid. No, we have a mother-in-law house, and that's his house. He lives in
Oh.
it. Yeah. Well, he's an adult. So, he's 18, 19. Oh my gosh, he's 19. He just turned 19. I'm not trying to age that boy. He can be 4 forever, but yeah. So he's an adult and in college and everything. So, but he was exposed, and so now he's in his house. I've seen him wandering outside because I've got a window from upstairs, and I've seen him wandering around outside, and I'm like, if you just stop going places, kid, and you can come in. Just hard. It's really hard.
Yes, it is. Hopefully soon.
Julie, you're so funny. For the cats this morning.
Oh yeah, I got that remembered. Someone gave her a dollar a few weeks ago for a cat. I gave her an extra dollar, and the
That is
donation.
so funny. Well, the cats are always a hit. They're familiars, absolutely.
I know I can't get a dollar from my cat. He never comes around.
Christina, you have a great night too. Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, thank you, everyone. A lot of
Thank
great
you,
stories.
everyone. I enjoyed every minute of this. And I hope we do it again.
Hey, whenever you want.
Let's hope I don't run out of things to say.
Yeah, we got to take a few notes. I mean, we covered a lot of territory tonight and a lot of different things.
We
But
really did.
It's a lot of stories that you need to,
I need well, Lucia, you're so sweet. Yeah, I need as much feedback as I can get on this crazy stuff, which is why I'm so glad you have me on your channel. I appreciate it so much.
Well, I'm cooled out too because, like I said, there's like 7 people in here I never knew had all these connections.
Mm-hmm.
Of our friends.
I think people should for sure send their experiences to you, email you, and then
Yeah, if you can remember.
We can only. I don't think I will ever, Lucienne, but
So much for the introverts.
Well, yeah, I am actually quite an introvert. You would never know. I guess.
I guess next time you gotta have a flannel on.
Oh my goodness.
Understand.
I changed out of a flannel this morning. So next time, I'm already seeing it. I will flannel it up. My pants are flannel. My sloth pants. So I'm half there. Or get out a snazzy moo-moo. I mean, I am Mrs. Roper, just except most people
Roper thing. That was weird.
Most people don't know who Mrs. Roper is. She is my idol. It is me wandering my yard.
Everyone can remember Mrs. Roper. Imagine that
dress in the trees. Miss Roper in the trees with a margarita.
Robe, whatever she would wear all the time. The nightie, her jammies she'd wear.
The moo-moos. Moo-moos. Like the moo-moos.
Just imagine Beth and moo-moos.
Then you'll have my, general daily summer attire nailed down.
That's her DNA. Moo-moos.
I love it. Love it. Oh, Melly, heck yeah. Okay, I think I'm going to they're going to start cooking their own food. That's going to be a mess. These men, I raised them, they're helpless. I did that. I didn't mean to. Overfeed them.
But you never left the house.
It's true. And I'm just like that mom. I'm like, are you hungry? Can I do something for you? I'm not leaving the house, so let me feed you.
You do your homework too?
Oh, see, now they don't want me doing their homework. They never have. We no good at homework.
Draw the line somewhere, right?
There's a line somewhere. I stop at, over carrying and overfeeding and over reminding you to wear a sweater when you go outside. I'm telling you, you're going to freeze to death or starve to death. That's my job.
Oh my Lord. Excellent.
Roxanne, it's the best vibe. Very, very, very true. It's been so nice to talk to everybody too. Lori Sue, with your snarky. I love it. Makes me laugh. Melly and Lori, Lucienne, everybody. Thank you
Jan.
so much for all your input. Neptune, Roxanne. I will forget people or miss people. Lori Sue, yes. Got my leaving the house pajamas on.
That reminds me of that song, Uptown Girl.
Yes.
Uptown Girl.
My uptown flannel. Got my day bun. 9 piles of hair here.
All right, loves, we gotta go.
Yes, thank
I'm
you
sure
so
everyone
much.
else is gonna go too.
Bye, everyone. Love to everyone. Scott, I'll talk to you soon.
Cool. Excellent.
Okay, bye.
Later. Bye, everyone.